be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that McConey Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flags Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at McConey Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, McConey Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to McConeySetupShop.com and learn why McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
I'm Ryan Newman, and since I started with Indiana Donor Network and Driven to Save Lives, I found out that some people think that they can't be an organ donor. The truth is, anyone can sign up to be an organ donor.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyone can sign up to be an organ donor. So don't count yourself out because somebody's counting on you. Go to driventosavelives.org and sign up today.
But my heart's going to you, Ryan.
Love that shirt.
This Independence Day weekend, kick your party off with a bang. DeWeather Center presents the first annual DeWeather Cares Charity Softball Classic presented by the National Racing Network. The Palmerton Boobies, DeWeather Center Bluecocks, Blue Mountain I-95ers, Pocono Front Platers, Schuylkill County Crackers, Reading Nurses, Catasauqua Blue Tits, and Beltsville Lake Monsters will take the field in Emerald. Find out more on Facebook at DeWeather Center. DeWeather Center, offensively accurate.
Have you joined the fastest growing fantasy motorsports app yet? On Grid Rival, you can join leagues with your friends and manage your own fantasy team on what race fans are calling, hands down, the best fantasy motorsport app out there. F1 and MotoGP leagues are now live for the 2021 season. Joining a league on Grid Rival will make every race more exciting, more engaging, and of course, more competitive. Download Grid Rival now on your iPhone or Android smartphone. Grid Rival is an unofficial application and not associated with Formula One, MotoGP, or any of their athletes.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Good evening. We welcome you live to Linda Speedway Live on the National Racing Network Radio. I'm Casey Kreider. Glad to join you for tonight's action and take you through it all. It is the Big Dog Showdown tonight at Linda Speedway. That race for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s who are back in action tonight. One of 6 classes here this evening at Linda Speedway. We've also got, as always, the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s, the NSS Property Services Modifieds back in action. We've got double feature for the slingshots, Let me rephrase that. We've got an all-star slingshot feature and a junior slingshot feature here tonight as they make their return to the Jonestown Oval. And for the first time in 2021, we've got the Outlaw Enduro Series here tonight. They will finish off the evening here at Linda Speedway. The Outlaw Enduro's back for the first time in 2021. But we're currently in the midst of the first warm-up session. The Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s on track. 2 of 3 groups have taken time as they've worked to run the track in. Brian Kramer's got the quickest lap so far, 13.613, but we expect those lap times to come down a little bit as the night goes on, as the track gets more run in. They will compete in time trials later on tonight to set the lineups for the heat races. 25 of them here tonight in the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s. Brian Kramer with the quickest time, 13.613 seconds. He's got 0.2 over Dakota Bartlett, 13.812 seconds, his quickest lap. Matt Warner, Logan Rumsey, and Billy Koch complete your top 5. But again, the track has picked up speed as these warm-up sessions have gone on. Every car was out on track to run a couple slow laps under caution to help get that moisture soaked in. And they're continuing to do that now under green flag condition. Taking a look at the lineups for the evening, as we mentioned, 25 wingless 600s here. We've got 26 270s. They're the only class that will need a consi tonight. The 600 modifieds back in action as well. They have 26 here as well, but everybody will qualify through that event. Now we've got 15 all-star slingshots and 6 junior slingshots that will take to the racetrack. Later on this evening, it is a beautiful night in Jonestown. Weren't quite sure it was going to be like that earlier in the afternoon, but it's about 80 degrees or so. It is sunny, not a dark cloud in the sky. And as we complete the warm-up sessions for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s, Brian Kramer will finish with the quick time, 13.613 seconds. Garrett Smith, second quickest, with a 13.688 second lap. Dakota Bartlett, Jeremy Harshman, and Matt Warner complete your top 5. They'll be back out in just a few moments for time trials, but that'll come after the conclusion of all the other warm-up groups. Junior slingshots coming on track now for their lone warm-up session. As we mentioned, we have 6 of them here tonight. Ryan Rochelle in the 4, Aiden Kim in the H1, Chase Schott in the 10S, Chase Zimmer in the 15, CJ Kim in the 18, and Colton Williams in the 911C. All on track for their warm-up session. They'll get a couple laps in here prior to their heat race. Ryan Rochelle far and away has the quickest lap time so far. 1 lap to go for the junior slingshots in warm-ups. They're all running 4 of them in a pack nose to tail, led by Colton Williams. And Ryan Rochelle in the 4 car, he's the one that's making the ground, and he's the fastest car by quite a bit so far. 1/10 of a second over Chase Schott. As they'll see the checkered flag, and looks like Rochelle will remain the quickest. 17.749 second lap time, his quick lap. Chase Schott with a 17.631, about 1/10 of a second off. And then CJ Kim, Chase Zimmer, Hayden Kim, and Colton Williams are the top 6 in that order. Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s are on track now, and as mentioned, they're the only class that will need a consi tonight. 26 cars here, so we'll see how that all unfolds. Seven cars on track in this first group. The number 19, that's Matt Fernsler, off into turn number 1. Courtney Cupp in the 23K follows behind him. Mike Kreiser's number 77 is on track, as is the 96W of Chase Walker. The 24M, that's Andrea Matter-Martin. The 4T of Tyler Putterball and the B8 of Brittany Zeller, all on track in this first group. Across the way, Lanco Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway has off this Saturday, so a couple invaders from there in the 270 class as well tonight, adding to the field. And as the checkered flag flies, looks like Mike Kreiser will come in with the fastest lap of this opening group of warm-ups. 13.182 seconds for Kreiser. Quickest by a tenth and a half over Chase Walker in second. Tyler Putterball, Courtney Cupp, and Matt Fernsler round out your top 5. Second group taking to the racetrack now. The number 11, that's Brian Heist, off into turn number 3. Brandon Heist going to come out right in front of him in the 55. They both be on track in this session, as will the 12R. Actually, no, beg your pardon. The 55 is Dallas Sanders. The 12R is Brandon Heist. There we go. So we got Brandon Heist in the 12R, Dallas Sanders in the 55, and Brian Heist in the 11, all running nose to tail there. And then Austin Miskowski in the 39 behind them. The 74, that's Randy West. The 76B of Billy Logeman in the 270s. And Dave Williams, number 21D, and the 9G of Jamie Flickinger, all on track in this second group. And throwing the 47 of Ernie Newmaster out there as well. So 9 cars in this second group. Track is pretty well run in by now, so we should see times that'll be similar to what we'll see throughout the course of the evening, at least early on, as the track has a lot of grip. And to the top of the time charts goes Brandon Heist, 13.056 second lap time for the defending 600 champion here. Billy Logeman going to top him, and he's going to bust the 13-second bracket. 12.946 second lap time for him. Goes about a tenth quicker than what Brandon Heist laid down. Checkered flag is going to wave. It's going to be Logeman who will have the quickest time through 2 groups. Heist will be second, then Mike Kreiser, Austin Miskowski, and Chase Walker. Make it Jacob Dunn as he flashes across the flag, going to come out in the 5th position. Rounding out your top 5. Should have one more group yet to come for the 270s. They will get pushed out onto the racetrack right now. On track for this third group of 270 warm-ups, we've got Mike Boyer, the defending champ, off into turn number 1. That familiar number 41 machine. Behind him is Pete Skias, certainly going to be in contention tonight in the 3. Dan Boyer's number 6 follows him. There's Randy West in the 74, the red and black number 74. Jacob Dunn is in the black, blue, and orange 74D and was 5th quickest in that last session. Scott Gingrich in the 8 leads Ben Stoles in the 77. 39X, that's Richie Hartman. And the 4 of Ross Perchak back in the field, I believe, for the first time this season at Linda's Speedway. And he's chasing a record as well that's been kind of dangling out there for a little while. If he is 1 win away from tying Terry Schaefer for most all-time at Linda's Speedway in the 270s. If he can get it done tonight, he would tie Schaefer for the all-time mark. Got a win here last year that brought him within 1. So we'll see what that 4 car's got for speed tonight in his first appearance of the season at the Jonestown, Pennsylvania Linda Speedway. Going to be Pete Skias, though, to the top of the time charts early on, 12.808 second lap. In fact, the top 4 all from this warm-up session. And 5 of the top 6. Field will see the checkered flag, and it looks like final couple cars will come around here, but it looks like Pete Skias will hang on with the quickest lap time in warm-ups. 12.801 second lap time for him. Just 1/100th faster than Randy West, and 1 more 100th back to Scott Gingrich, completing your top 3. Ross Perchak, 4th quickest lap time for him, and Billy Logeman now rounds out your top 5 at the conclusion of 270 warm-ups. And here come the All-Star Slingshots. As mentioned, 15 of them here this evening, all taking to the racetrack. Looks like they'll be split into 2 groups, I believe. In this first group, got the 18S of Ronnie Spittler leading them, then the 3S of Brett Spittler right behind, the 63 of Brett Bieber. He's behind the wheel of that machine for this evening here at Linda's. Familiar face. 54W of William Morig as the caution comes out. Back to green flag condition will go. The 27 of Austin Webster also on track in this warm-up session. The 21W of Chuck Wary. And the 95, that's Joel McCardle this evening here at Linda's. All part of this first group for the All-Star Slingshots that will take to the track and at least try to get a general idea of what kind of speed they've got this evening. Of course, the big question in the sportsman or in the slingshots at the wrong track. In the slingshots is, can anybody beat Dave Kerrigan? He has been the dominant driver every time we've seen the slingshots this season. You'll be in the next group of warm-ups for the slingshots. Looks like William Morig with the quickest time, though, in the 54W. 16.188 second lap time for him. Austin Webster, second quickest, as the field is going to come and get the checkered flag this time. But Morig goes faster yet on his third lap. 16.16 second lap time for Morig. Quickest of anybody in that first group. Austin Webster about 0.5 of a second back in second. Then Brett Bieber, Ronnie Spittler, and Brett Spittler completing your top 5. And green flag flies on the final session for the All-Star Slingshot. Still have warm-ups for the modifieds to come after this, but the 29, that's John Heberling off into turn number 1. He leads this group, along with Stephen McLaughlin in the 39, the 21J of Josh Wyatt, the 64D, that's Titan Deal. The 14C is Carter Wyatt, the 1 is Tyler Alsh, and the 3 is Dave Kerrigan. Looking to see if he can go back to victory lane, keep his perfect season rolling here at Linda Speedway in the All-Star Slingshots. Checkered flag waves on this session for the All-Star Slingshots, and it looks like William Morrig will hang on with the quickest time, 16.160 second lap for him. Webster and Biebert can continue in the second and third positions in terms of lap time. Dave Kerrigan was quickest of anybody in that session, but only fourth quickest overall, 16.429. And Ronnie Spittler completed your top 5 with a lap of 16.430. So the final group that'll take to the track for hot laps will be the NSS Property Services Modifieds. They will come out next to the track as Shane Flaherty's Charger is getting a couple hot laps in here this evening. Wanted to give it a little shakedown, and so he'll get 3 laps here, even though they're not racing tonight. He'll get the checkered flag now, and with that, we'll get this final group of warm-ups underway, or final session at least. 3 groups for the modifieds. Sam Chicatano will lead this first group onto the racetrack. He'll be followed by the 98 of Matt Warner and the 5 of Seth Chinook. The 91 of Matt Kiefert, the 28 of Ray Gradwell. The 78, that's Josh Bewley. The 4M of Mike McLaughlin. And the 34 of Chad Miller among those in this first group. For the 600 modifieds, not a tour race here tonight, just a regular Linda Speedway points race for the NSS Property Services Modifieds. Checkered flag flies on the first group for the NSS Property Services Modifieds, and Sam Shikatano will have the quickest time. 13.518 seconds is his lap. Josh Bewley second quickest, but about a tenth and a half of a second off. 13.676. His lap time, Chad Miller, Matt Warner, and Matt Kiefert. They complete your top 5. Second group on track includes the 89 of Tim Vital, the 161 of Jack Wilver, the 116 of Daryl Bear, the 71 of Jared Myers, the 8, that's Tiffany Hitzler, back behind the wheel, the 17K, that's Kenny Harris, as always, in that gray and pink accented 17K machine. 13 of Ed Hollenbach, the 61D of Christian Donati, and the 21, that is Sean Bear behind the wheel. Christian Donati with the fastest time of anybody so far in this session, second quickest overall, 13.583 second lap time for him. Checkered flag is going to wave here, and Donati will not improve to knock Shikatano off the top of the time charts. He will remain there with a 13.518 second lap time. Donati second quickest of anybody in that second group. Josh Bewley, Kenny Harris, and Chad Miller are going to complete your top 5. And should have just one more group of hot laps to go here for the modifieds. The 69 senior, that's Chris Smith off the back straightaway and off the turn number 3. The 20K, as always, is Chad Kreiser. Eric Whitby in a different ride tonight. He's driving the 12E machine. And in the 88 that he's driven so far this season is Justin Schraden. And that's the 19 of Rob Baumgartner behind them. The 7S, that's Lance Garrison. First time he's been here this season, I believe. And the 84 of Joe Carter. Going to be the final group here to go in warmups, and we'll see if anybody's got anything for Shikatano's quick time of 13.518. Doesn't really mean anything except for pride, but it at least shows who's got the quick cars and who could be a threat tonight in the heat races and in the features. Whitby going to go fourth quickest, fastest of anybody so far. Schraden right behind him in fifth. Looks like Eric Whitby will have the fastest time of anybody in that session, 13.703 seconds. That's fourth quickest overall. Sam Chicatano, Christian Donati, and Josh Bewley. They'll be your top three. Whitby and Justin Straden going to complete your top five at the conclusion of hot laps for the 600 modifieds. Track crew is going to do just a little bit of work to run the track in here, and after we do that, we'll get to our national anthem, and we'll then get to time trials for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s. Race fans, at this time, we ask that you all please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. Turn your attention toward the American flag in turn number 3. And here tonight to sing the national... Hold on just a... All right, now we got it sorted out. Apologies. To sing the national anthem tonight, we welcome back to the Linda Speedway, Mr. Keith Gerhardt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Keith. And on that note, let's go racing at the Linda Speedway. We will start this evening with time trials for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s, the Big Dog Showdown tonight taking place. 25 cars here tonight for that group, and they will go out, I believe, 2 at a time. As per customary, they'll get 2 laps. All right, here we go. Drivers will get the green flag coming right out. They enter the track at turn 3, and they'll get the green flag right away. And on first will be Tyler Henry in the 56 and Ryan Kunkel's number 61 machine. They will take to the racetrack, split about half a lap apart, so as not to endure any traffic or anything of that sort. Henry's first lap time, 13.539 seconds. And Kunkel, doesn't look like we've got a transponder registered on that car. Henry will come across in with a second lap of 13.471 seconds. And Kunkel's car did not have a transponder on it, so we'll see what happened with that, if there was an issue with the transponder or if he just didn't have it on. But either way, next group is on track. Mike Rutherford in the 2S and the 24 of Logan Road. On track now. Henry set the benchmark, 13.471. Issue for Logan Road. That car pulls to the infield on the back straightaway. Lost power, pulls in. Rutherford goes quickest, 13.294 seconds. Has another chance to add to it here on lap 2. To see the checkered flag, Mike Rutherford, 13.034. Quickest time by quite a big margin over Tyler Henry, about 0.4 of a second. Meanwhile, issues for Logan Road. That car going to get pushed back to the turn 3 entrance, which will become an exit here momentarily. And next group will come out here. The 98, that's Matt Warner. He'll come onto the racetrack now. They've got the wrap on that thing, and he's been quick all season to this point. Finally got the colors on there. Good to see, and we'll see what he can lay down. And the 92 of Trevor Dunn on track behind him as well. Warner will go second quickest, 13.244 second lap time for him. Dunn will go third quickest, 13.359. Warner's got to find about 0.2 of a second to be the quick timer. He almost got there, 13.052. Just a few hundredths, 2 100ths off of Rutherford's quick time. Dunn slowed down by about 0.5 tenth on his second lap. He will stay third. Ben Ernst and Billy Koch in the 49 and 66 cars will be on track next. Ernst working his way through 3 and 4. He'll see the white flag first as Koch works off into turn 3. 13.795. 5th out of 5 to take time so far for Ernst. Koch goes to third quickest, 13.205. Have to see if we see a similar pickup on lap 2 for Koch as we saw from Rutherford and Warner. Ernst picks up to a 13.675 second lap time. Koch can only pick up a couple hundredths, 13.182 seconds. He'll stay third quickest behind Rutherford and Warner. Fred Heinle and Brian Kramer, who was the quickest car in warmups earlier in the evening, they'll be on track now. Heinle's gray and yellow 22H machine going to get the first crack at it. And he'll come around to see the white flag. Final lap for Fred Heinle, 13.645 seconds. That's 6th quickest for him. Kramer goes 4th quickest, 13.298. He's got to find about a 1/4 of a second to get to Rutherford's quick time as Heinle comes off turn 4. 5.25 second lap time, picks up about a 10th. And Kramer picks up, actually slows down a little bit on his second lap. He will stay 4th quickest at a 13.298 second lap time. Qualifiers 11 and 12, Holden Ekman and Sean Dove in the 11H and 3 cars, respectively. Ekman wrestles it off turn 4 under the flag stand. 9th quickest, 13.925, slowest of anyone time so far. He'll have to try and pick it up on lap 2 as Dove now goes 9th, 13.825. See what Ekman can do here on lap number 2. He will jump up to the 9th spot, 13.799, improved about a 10th and a half, and now Sean Dove will go 8th quickest, 13.620. He picked up 0.2 on lap 2 from lap 1. Brandon Heist in the 99 and the 92W, that's Jake Winters, going to be next on track. Heist works his way off turn number 4. He will see the white flag. 13.385 second lap time for Heist. 6th quickest for him. Winters goes 8th quickest, 13.502. And Heist will not pick up on lap 2. He will stay 6th. Winters also not going to pick up. He will stay 8th quickest, 13.502 second lap time for him. Ryan Kunkel's going to get another shot at it. Issue with the transponder on his car. He had it in there, but it did not work, so they'll give him a do-over now. You'll see the white flag. Final lap for Ryan Kunkel. He will come across 3rd quickest, 13.156. He's got to find another 10th and a half to get the top time. That car looks hooked up, though, off turn 4. He will see the checkered flag, and he'll go to 2nd, and by 2 1/1000ths of a second, miss out on the quick time set by Mike Rutherford. 13.034 to 13.036. Rutherford over Kunkel, then Warner, Koch, and Kramer. It almost makes you wonder, man, what were those first 2 laps like for Kunkel? We'll never know. Didn't have the transponder data working, but he will go second quickest. Still a great time for car number 61. Now here comes the 21. That's Mason Beinhauer. He takes the white flag. He'll go 14th quickest with a 13.831 second lap time. Garrett Smith in the 2S will go 15th with a 13.866 second lap. Beinhauer sees the checkered, and he will jump up 1 position to 13th, 13.79. 1 second lap. Garrett Smith, nice improvement on lap 2, up to 12th, 13.655 for him. 9 cars yet to take time, and next 2 will be Joe Timmons in the 16 T machine. And the 25, that's Kenny Beinhauer. Timmons, 16th quickest, 13.814. Going to try and pick up on lap 2, as most drivers have. Beinhauer, 17th, right behind Timmons on the lap chart, 13.826. See if Timmons can pick up on lap 2. He will, up to a 13.737. That's good for 14th quickest. Beinhauer will go to 15th, right behind him, 13.769. So 14th for Timmons, 15th for Beinhauer. Still, it's Mike Rutherford at the top of the time charts, as Hunter McFadden's number 21M and the 39 of Richie Hartman next on the racetrack. White flag for McFadden. He'll go to 6th quickest, 13.313 second lap time for McFadden. Hartman will go 12th, 13.538. See what McFadden's got in him on lap 2. Come across, he will pick up about a 10th. He'll go to 5th quickest, 13.244 second lap time for McFadden. Hartman stays 12th, goes a little bit quicker, but does not improve positionally. 13.527 second lap time for him. As Jackson White in the 99X and the 28 of Dustin Degler. Gonna be the 21st and 22nd drivers on track of 25. White will come off of turn 4. He'll see the white flag and a 13.818 second lap time, 20th out of 20. Degler goes 21st, 13.831. We'll see if they can pick up on lap 2. As White comes across, he goes all the way up to 9th. Big pickup from White, nearly 3.5 tenths of a second to a 13.462. Degler had a pretty similar pickup, up to a 13.562 second lap time. 14th quickest for him. 3 qualifiers yet to go. Jeremy Harshman in the 163. Dakota Bartlett's 54 will be in this group. Does anybody have anything for Mike Rutherford at the top of the time charts? 13.034. Or will he be the quick timer in the Big Dog Showdown? Harshman off turn 4, 22nd, 14.194. Car did not look very stable coming off turn 4. Bartlett goes to 6th, 13.294 for him. See if he can pick it up on lap 2 as Harshman, much better lap time that time, up to 16th, 13.579. Bartlett goes to 4th, 13.148, still about a 10th off of Rutherford's quick time. And the final driver to go will be Logan Rumsey in the 41. He will be the last driver to take a shot at Mike Rutherford. He'll have 2 laps. He's won a wing 600 race. He's won a wingless 600 race. He goes to the top of the time charts, 12.852 for Logan Rumsey. He'll be the quick timer for the Big Dog Showdown as he busts the 13-second bracket. 12.852 second lap time, slows down on lap 2, but it doesn't matter. Logan Rumsey, quickest of anybody. The final car to go, 12.852. The quick time once again by about 2 tenths over Mike Rutherford in second. Ryan Kunkel, Matt Warner, and Dakota Bartlett round out your top 5 in time trials for the Big Dog Showdown. Okay, junior slingshots will be on track, and they'll be the first to take time, not take time, they'll be first to take the track for their heat race. 8 laps will be the distance, 6 cars. They'll go off like this. Ryan Rochelle in the 4 will start on row number 1. Hayden Kim's number H1 will start alongside. Chase Zimmer in the 15 will start inside row 2 with Colton Williams in the 911C. To his outside, CJ Kim in the 18 and the 10S Chase Shot will be on row 3. Half a dozen junior slingshots getting ready to go here for their one and only heat race. All right, here we go. Lights are out. Get ready to go here. The junior slingshots will be up first. They'll be followed later in the evening by the all-star slingshots, but this is their heat race. 8 laps in length. They'll start straight up how they finish this heat. And here we go. Ryan Rochelle leads them down. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with the junior slingshots, and through to second on the inside is going to be Chase Zimmer. Hayden Kim gets knocked all the way back. Chase Shot up to third. Battle's going to be on for the 4th spot. Inside is CJ Kim. He gets the door shut on him by Colton Williams. Kim's car might have an issue coming off turn 2. He's going to pull it, I think, down either to the back stretch or down to the back straightaway. No, he's not going to get off the racetrack. That's going to bring out the caution. That car lost power coming through turn 2, and he comes to a stop right down in the middle of the back straightaway next to the infield. Photo go back to double file formation. Ryan Rochelle on the inside. They did get 1 lap in before the caution flag was called, so it'll be Rochelle and Zimmer on row 1 with Shot and Williams on row 2 and Hayden Kim bringing up the tail in row 3. We'll see if he can make a move to the front here with 1 lap down and 7 to go. Down the back straightaway, they see the green flag, and off to turn number 3. Chase Shot's going to have something to say on the inside of Chase Zimmer as they run through 1 and 2. Or 3 and 4, and now off to 1 and 2. And it looks like Shot's going to get that position on Zimmer. Trying to go to work on Ryan Rochelle out in front. That car has looked very quick tonight so far. But Chase Shot trying to stay with him as they come off turn 4. It's about 2 car lengths the gap. Back to 1 and 2. Zimmer runs in third. He's about 3 or 4 car lengths behind Shot at the exit of turn 2, and then they've got a nice gap back to Colton Williams and Hayden Kim in 4th and 5th. Working their way off of turn 2 and 2, 3, and 4. Shot not able to make any inroads on Rochelle as they come off the corner. The gap stays at about now 3 or 4 car lengths back to 1 and 2. Battle might be on for the 4th spot here. Colton Williams and Hayden Kim going to fight for that spot at the exit of turn 2. Kim about a car length or 2 back. Might be in position to challenge, though. 3 laps to go in the heat race. Ryan Rochelle continues to pull away ever so slightly over Chase Shot with each passing lap as he continues to grow that gap. Coming off turn 4, you'll see the twin sticks, 2 laps to go in the heat race. It's got a 1.2 second advantage on Chase Shot. And to the white flag. Final lap in this heat race for Ryan Rochelle. He just ran the fastest lap of the race, 16.469 seconds. Clearly has not lost any speed out in front. Shot trying to stay with him, but as the field comes to the checkered flag, it's going to be Ryan Rochelle seeing it first. He'll win the heat race for the junior slingshots. Chase Schott will come across in second. Chase Simmer third. Looks like Colton Williams is going to hang on and hold off Hayden Kim for fourth. He will by about a car length. CJ Kim did not finish. Hope they can get that car back out for the feature. All right, here we go. Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s on track for their heat races, and 26 of them here tonight, so they will need a consi as of now at least. Top 6 will qualify, while the top 4 will redraw, but keep an eye on that battle for the transfer spot throughout the course of these heat races. Split into groups of 9, 9, and 8, and the first lineup goes off like this. Ben Stoles in the 77S will start from pole position. Tyler Putterballs, number 4T, will be on his outside. Randy West in the 74, Richie Hartman in the 36X. Couple veterans start on row 2. Austin Miskowski in the 39 and the B8 of Brittany Zeller. They'll be on row 3. Mike Kreiser will start on the inside of row 4 in car number 77 alongside the 21D of Dave Williams and the 55 of Dallas Sanders. Going to round out the 9-car starting lineup. 6 qualify, 4 redraw, 8 laps. Here we go. Field continues to get bunched up, and they will get the one-to-go signal this time as the leaders work their way off to 1 and 2. Field will be in the hands of Stoles and Putterball. And here they come down the backstretch to the start zone. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with Heat 1. Stoles is going to get away to the lead. West is going to get through to second. He might challenge for the race lead off to 1 and 2. Richie Hartman on the inside of Putterball is going to get his way through to third at the exit of the corner as West tries to hound Stoles for the lead off to 3 and 4. Stoles will lead lap 1, but he's got Randy West right on his tail as he comes off turn number 2. That's going to be a battle for a lead here off to 3 and 4. West to the inside, using a lot of momentum, and they'll race side by side. No, they won't. A little bit of contact there between West and Stoles coming off turn 4. Got Stoles squirrely. He hangs onto it, stays second. But Randy West out in front to the point by about 3 or 4 car lengths off turn 4. Hartman runs in third. Putterball in fourth. And Kreiser Miskowski are 5th and 6th with Dave Williams, Dallas Sanders, and Brittany Zeller, the ones on the outside looking in as we come to see the cross flags. Stoles not letting West get away too much. Gap is about 3 car lengths back to 1 and 2. West able to grow that gap coming off the corner. That car's got great drive off. And as he works his way, still single file, we'll keep an eye on the battle for the lead and the battle for the transfer spot. Ben Stoles is closing on Randy West. He's found something working on that inside line. Closed in about 2/10 that lap. He may have something to say about it yet. As they come to the white flag, final lap for Randy West. The gap is 2 to 3 car lengths over Stoles off to 1 and 2. Stoles trying to close. He's running about a lane and a half lower than West, but West able to get the momentum on the high side. He's going to hang on and win heat race number 1 for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s over Ben Stoles, Richie Hartman, Tyler Putterball, Mike Kreiser, and Austin Miskowski. They will head to the A main. Dave Williams, Brittany Zeller, and Dallas Sanders will all go to the consi. And the top 4 will redraw for starting positions. So Randy West, Ben Stoles, Richie Hartman, and Tyler Putterball all going to be eligible to redraw and potentially pick the pole for the A main. Okay, so here comes Heat 2, and for the first time this season, Ross Perchak in the field, and he's going to lead him down to the green flag in this second heat race. He will have Ernie Newmaster in the 47 on his outside, and then Pete Skias in the 3, looking for another victory on the season. He's been dominant in the 270s so far. He will start from the inside of row 2 with Christy Swiger on his outside. Brian Heist in the 11, and the 8 of Scott Gingrich will be on row 3. Then it'll be the 23K. It was Jason Swavely a few weeks ago. It's Courtney Cup back behind the wheel tonight. Billy Logeman in the 76B will start alongside of her. And Andrea Matter-Martin in the 24M will round out the 9 cars in this heat race. All right, field just about lined up as they come out of turn number 4. They'll see the one-to-go signal from head starter Mike Fry, this time by Ross Perchak. Will tonight be the night he ties Terry Schaefer? We'll see. He's got a good starting position for this first heat race. From the point, Ernie Newmaster on his outside. Pete Skias, Christy Swigert in row 2. To the green flag, we're underway with Heat 2, and right away, Skias gets through to second. Swigert and Heist are going to battle for third as they split past Ernie Newmaster. Here comes Scott Gingrich on the outside, off to 1 and 2, and Billy Logeman on the inside of Brian Heist. Thought about it, had to get out of it. He will fall back in line in the 5th spot. Coming off the final corner, it'll be Perchak by about 4 car lengths over Skias, back to 1 and 2. Gingrich has worked his way up to 3rd. Heist runs in 4th. Then Logeman and Swigert are your top 6. Courtney Cup going to be the first one on the outside looking in. She's about 2 car lengths behind Swigert as they head off to 1 and 2. Here's the move inside. Billy Logeman going to have a move on Brian Heist. He will power by off to turns 3 and 4. Take over that 4th position. Perchak going to work his way past the lap car of Andrea Matter-Martin and will work through turns 3 and 4 to see the cross flags. 4 laps completed, 4 to go, and does not allow Pete Skias to make any inroads on that number 4 car just yet. Gap is about a second. We'll see if it grows this time by. It will just slightly over Skias. Billy Logeman might have something to say about 3rd place on Scott Gingrich, but that's going to be the closest battle for the time being unless Courtney Cup can make up some big-time ground on Christy Swigert for the transfer spot over the final couple of laps. It is going to come off of turn number 4. Ross Perchak going to see the white flag. Final lap for him. 1.3 seconds in front of Pete Skias. Good gap back to Gingrich. Not sure Logeman is going to get to him. Swigert and Cup come under the white flag, and Ross Perchak takes the checkers. He will win heat race number 2. Pete Skias comes home in 2nd. Scott Gingrich will finish 3rd. Then Logeman and Heist your top 5, and Christy Swigert hangs on for the final transfer spot. She'll go to the A main. Courtney Cup, Ernie Newmaster, and Andrea Matter-Martin all going to head to the Consi. And just like that, 1 heat race remains in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. It'll be 8 cars deep, and they're going to roll out in just a second here as Mike Boyer will lead him out. He's going to start from pole position in that 41 machine. He'll have Jamie Flickinger in the 9G on his outside. And the 74D of Jacob Dunn will start inside of row 2. Brandon Heist in the 12R machine will start alongside him on that 2nd row. Nate Gibble in the N8, and the 19 of Matt Fernsler will be in the 3rd row. And then Chase Walker's number 96W, a recognizable green and blue paint scheme, will start on the inside of the 4th row alongside Dan Boyer in the 6th. And that'll make up your 8 cars for this heat race, 3rd and final for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. Lights are out. Here we go. Mike Boyer and Jamie Flickinger will lead them down to the backstretch where they will get started. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with Heat 3. Boyer's going to get away. He will work his way past Flickinger. So too will Jacob Dunn. Dunn will get through to second. Nate Gibble's going to have a look inside. Flickinger off to 1 and 2. They'll race side by side for the third spot with Brandon Heist behind him. That battle's going to continue back to 3 and 4. Gibble on the inside. He'll work past Flickinger. Now Flickinger going to have to try and worry about Heist. Gibble's going to have a go on. Dunn off to 1 and 2. On the inside, going to try and power his way through. And he will clear off to 3 and 4. Move Nate Gibble to the second spot. Mike Boyer, though, has gotten away pretty swimmingly. 1.7 seconds over Gibble. And that battle for the second spot. Brandon Heist going to try and heat up Jacob Dunn. And in the meantime, Chase Walker going to work to the inside of Mike Boyer. That for the transfer spot in 3 and 4. Walker's got it. Boyer and Fernsler both won it. They're right behind Jamie Flickinger, Chase Walker, Dan Boyer, and Matt Fernsler all nose to tail, 5th through 8th. Boyer has checked out, though, 2 1/4 seconds over Gibble. Battle on for the third spot. Brandon Heist shuts the door on Jacob Dunn in turn 1. Dunn loses a couple car links, but will hang on to that 4th position. Chase Walker trying to heat up Jamie Flickinger for 5th. Those drivers both in for the time being. Matt Fernsler trying to chase down and get into the A-main. But 2 to go for Mike Boyer. Last couple of circuits for him. Battle for the 5th spot is on. Chase Walker to the inside. Takes over the position on Jamie Flickinger. We'll see if Matt Fernsler can get there. Final lap, though, for Mike Boyer. He is going to cruise home, barring an issue, to the heat race victory. As he comes out at turn number 4. Keep an eye on the battle for the transfer spot. Flickinger has it. Fernsler wants it. Not sure if Fernsler is going to be close enough to make a move as they come through 3 and 4. He will not. Mike Boyer takes the win in heat race number 3. Nate Gibble comes home 2nd. Brandon Heist in 3rd. Jacob Dunn 4th. They will redraw. Chase Walker and Jamie Flickinger will join them in the feature. And Matt Fernsler, Dan Boyer will head to the Consi. They'll have to transfer through the B main. Here come the All-Star Slingshots on track for their first heat race. It goes off like this. Brett Spittler, Josh Wyatt on row 1. Joe McCardle, Carter Wyatt on row 2. Chuck Wary and Tyler Alsh on row 3. And John Heberling in the 29. 7th and final car. First of 2 heat races for the All-Star Slingshots. Top 4 redraw for starting positions. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. And Spittler going to lead him off to 1 and 2. Josh Wyatt will run in 2nd. The battle's going to be on for the 3rd spot. Carter Wyatt on the outside. Joe McCardle on the inside. They'll race side by side with Tyler Alsh watching on through 3 and 4. Looks like Wyatt's going to take that position away, and Alsh going to try to follow him through off to 1 and 2. Now Chuck Wary going to try and see if he can work around the outside of Joe McCardle for the 5th spot as they go off to 3 and 4. They'll race side by side through that corner. And off turn 4, McCardle's going to get a nice drive off on the bottom. But Wary going to get the power up top, and he's going to try to roll that momentum. So they come off turn 2. In the meantime, here comes Tyler Alsh to the inside of Carter Wyatt. Power move made that look easy. Off to 3 and 4. And move the Alsh Auto Sales number 1 to the 3rd position. Meanwhile, Brett Spittler has checked out. He's got a 2nd on Josh Wyatt out in front. See if Alsh has anything to say about that, though. He's got to get past the 21J first. Carter Wyatt runs in 4th, and Chuck Wary 5th, and Joe McCardle 6th, all running nose to tail at the exit of turn 2 with John Heberling a few car lengths back in the 29. Alsh is going to start putting the pressure here on Wyatt for the second spot, off to 1 and 2. Alsh on the inside, Wyatt on the outside. They'll race side by side down the backstretch. And off to turn 3. Looks like Alsh is going to take over that spot. Wyatt's going to hang tough, though. He'll make him earn it. Off to 3 and 4. Back to 1 and 2 they go. Alsh looks like he's going to clear at the exit of the corner. But it's all going to be well behind. Brett Spittler out in front. 1 lap to go for him. He can keep it straight. Looks like he'll hang on, although Tyler Alsh is coming, but I don't think he's going to get there nearly quickly enough. So they come down the backstretch off to turn number 3. Brett Spittler is going to see the checkered flag and win heat race number 1 for the All-Star Slingshots. Tyler Alsh comes home in second. Josh Wyatt in third. Chuck Wary, Carter Wyatt complete your top 5. Joe McCardle comes home 6th. And John Heberling finishes in the 7th position. Chase Bixler not out there for the heat race, but we do expect him in the feature. He will start at the tail of the main event for the All-Star Slingshots. Seven cars in this second heat. Stephen McLaughlin in the 39 will start from the pole position. Austin Webster in the 27 to his outside. William Morrig, who is fastest in hot laps, starts inside row 2 in the 54W. Brett Bieber in the 63 will start to his outside. Then Ronnie Spittler in the 18S and the 3 of Dave Kerrigan will start on row 3 with Titan Deal in the 64D. Rounding out the 7-car starting lineup. Here we go. Green flag in the air. And caution's going to come out. Not the cleanest of starts there on the backstretch. Not sure if it was McLaughlin not going or Webster going too soon, but
27.
That'll be a warning on Webster for exceeding the pace of McLaughlin, as McLaughlin was trying to lead him down to the start zone and going first. So we'll try it one more time.
All right, lights are out.
Field works their way off of turn number 2, and once again, Stephen McLaughlin, he will fire away first. Webster on his outside. Much cleaner start off to turns 3 and 4, but still side by side. Webster hanging tough on the high line. A little bit of door rubbing between he and McLaughlin. And caution's out. There's some debris on the racetrack is what we're told. We'll try it again. A little bit of debris in turns 3 and 4 that track officials needed to get to.
It will be another complete.
All right, third time the charm. Let's see here for the All-Star Slingshots in heat and race number 2. It was a clean start that time, but a little bit of debris prevented that green flag run from continuing. Another clean start, back to 3 and 4. They'll continue to race side by side, Will McLaughlin and Webster, and they'll make more contact off turn 4. Webster's going to get his way through, though. Off to 1 and 2, and Ronnie Spittler's going to go 3 wide on the inside of Morrig and Kerrigan, and now they'll try to split their way through McLaughlin down the backstretch. That was close. Kerrigan was nearly the meat in that sandwich between McLaughlin and Spittler racing down the backstretch. Spittler falls in line in 3rd, Kerrigan is 4th, Morrig is 5th, and McLaughlin is 6th. And meanwhile, the battle's on for the race lead. Brett Bieber not letting Austin Webster get away down the backstretch, as Kerrigan now has a look inside Spittler, off to 3 and 4 for the 3rd spot. Looks like Spittler's going to hang on for the time being. Back to turns 1 and 2. Kerrigan going to try and get a good run off the exit of the corner, though. Power his way back inside as Stephen McLaughlin gets up and taps the outside wall on the backstretch, but keeps it straight. That battle's going to continue side by side for third. Kerrigan on the inside. He'll complete that pass off to 1 and 2 and get past Ronnie Spittler, trying to set his sights on the race leaders, who have checked out by about half the backstretch off to turns 3 and 4. Webster had to stave off the early challenge by Brett Bieber, but has now pulled away by about 4 or 5 car lengths off the turns 1 and 2. Kerrigan is closing, just ran the fastest lap of the race, but he's 2 1/4 seconds back with 2 laps to go. Don't think he's going to get to Bieber, much less Webster, unless something big happens. Twin sticks, final lap. Coming around next time by. A little bit of smoke coming out of Titan Deal's car as he runs off to turns 1 and 2. To the white flag comes Austin Webster. Final lap for him. Looks like he's going to hang on if he can put 2 more sets of corners together. Now works his way off turn number 2. Battle might be on for the 4th spot. William Morrig might have something to say on Ronnie Spittler, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. To the checkered flag comes Austin Webster. He'll win Heat 2 for the All-Star Slingshots. Brett Bieber comes across in 2nd. Dave Kerrigan in 3rd. Ronnie Spittler 4th. William Morrig rounds out your top 5. Stephen McLaughlin comes home 6th. And Titan Deal finishes in the 7th spot. Grader's going to come out here for just a moment or two before we get the heat races for the 600s underway. We'll have just a few moments here before we get the heat race out on track as they work on the racetrack here. For those of you listening at home on the National Racing Network, hang tight. Reminder, though, to all race fans that the Bills Emergency Roadside Service Pick 3 contest for the Modifieds still in action tonight. The prize is $50 tonight for whoever can pick the top 3 finishers correctly. But those selections and slips must be turned back into general admission at the sign-in stand by the conclusion of the modified heat races. So in order to win that prize, you've got to have them turned in by then. But that prize is $50 if you can correctly guess the top 3 finishers in tonight's NSS Property Services Modified feature event. So for those of you watching at home on the National Racing Network, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be back on the other side with heat races for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600. Still have heat races for the Modifieds to come as well. We'll be back in just a few moments.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that McConey Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at McConey Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, McConey Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to McConeySetupShop.com and learn why McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
I'm Ryan Newman, and since I started with Indiana Donor Network and Driven to Save Lives, I found out that some people think that they can't be an organ donor. The truth is, anyone can sign up to be an organ donor.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyone can sign up to be an organ donor. So don't count yourself out because somebody's counting on you. Go to driventosavelives.org and sign up today.
But my heart's going to you, Ryan.
Love that shirt.
Have you joined the fastest growing fantasy motorsports app yet? On Grid Rival, you can join leagues with your friends and manage your own fantasy team on what race fans are calling, hands down, the best fantasy motorsport app out there. F1 and MotoGP leagues are now live for the 2021 season. Joining a league on Grid Rival will make every race more exciting, more engaging, and of course, more competitive. Download Grid Rival now on your iPhone or Android smartphone. Grid Rival is an unofficial application and not associated with Formula One, MotoGP, or any of their athletes.
I'm heading out, man. You want to ride? No, I got my car, but I actually really need to go to the bathroom. Dude, are you okay? I am definitely buzzed. Yeah. I think I will take this, and I will take that ride home.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. This Independence Day weekend, kick your party off with a bang. DeWeather Center presents the first annual DeWeather Cares Charity Softball Classic presented by the National Racing Network. The Palmerton Boobies, DeWeather Center Bluecocks, Blue Mountain I-95ers, Pocono Front Platers, Schuylkill County Crackers, Reading Nurses, Catasauqua Blue Tits, and Beltsville Lake Monsters will take the field in Emerald. Find out more on Facebook at DeWeather Center. DeWeather Center, offensively accurate.
And we welcome you back, those of you listening at home on the National Racing Network. We are back and about ready to get things started with the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600 heat races following time trials from earlier in the evening. The top 12 quickest were all inverted. They were all lined up in split into 3 different heat races, but the top 12 inverted. That means that Logan Rumsey, Mike Rutherford, and Ryan Kunkel, who are all in the top 3 fastest timers, will start 4th in their respective heat races, and so on and so forth. Brandon Heist will start from the pole position in the first heat race. Hunter McFadden going to be on his outside, and as of now, we'll have a consi for the 600s with 25 cars here. Top 6 will qualify from each heat race, split into 9, 8, and 8, and they will come out on the racetrack momentarily, as track work is just about completed. We'll have heat races for the remaining 2 classes, the 600s and the modifieds, on track, and then slated to have a short little intermission before we get into the junior slingshot feature and then the consies. Okay, so here comes the field for the Wingless 600 heat race number 1, and they will be led out, as mentioned, by Brandon Heist. Top 4, as it turns out, for each heat race, inverted from their time trials. Hunter McFadden will start alongside, then Matt Warner on row 2, and Logan Rumsey, who was the quick timer, starts in 4th position. Reminder, after we go through the remainder of the lineup, Jake Winters, Dustin Degler in row 3, Garrett Smith, Kenny Beinhauer row 4, and Logan Rode in row 5, that there will be a dash. 8 cars will go to the dash. The winner of the heat race and the quick qualifier from each heat race go through to the dash, and then the top 2 in time trials that had not already advanced will go to the 8-car dash. That'll determine the top 8 for the A main. Hunter McFadden's car needed a push-off, so he will go to the rear. He'll start from there, and that'll move Matt Warner to the outside of the front row alongside Brandon Heist, Logan Rumsey, and Jake Winters on road 2. Top 6 qualify through to the A main. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with Heat 1. Whoa, there was contact between Heist and Warner, and in the meantime, around goes Degler. In turn 4, there was contact between Heist and Warner. Warner's car nearly got up on 2 wheels, and he kept it straight, but behind him there was contact. Degler's car got turned around, went for a 360. I think he got a little bit of contact, but doesn't look like anything major to that car. More issues for Logan Road. He pulls to the infield. Looks like his heat race is going to come to an end. Degler rejoins the back of the pack, but looks like Rhodes' heat race is going to be over. That car had issues in time trials, and he has issues here in the heat race as well. Have to see if they can get him out either for the consi or for the feature. And we'll try it again. 1 to go signal is given. So there was contact between the front row on that first start, but they kept it straight between Heist and Warner. Now they'll get another shot at it. And here we go. Looks like Warner may have fired off first, though. I think that was a jump on Matt Warner. That's going to put us back under caution. So Warner will get a warning, and he will have to go again from the outside of row 1, but he'll have to fire off after Brandon Heist this time, who is the pole sitter and the control car for the start. Third time is the charm. Let's hope so as they come through 1 and 2. Phil works their way off of turn number 2. Brandon Heist, Matt Warner are going to lead him down once more. The defending champ on the pole, and he'll fire off to 3 and 4. Better start from Heist, not as good for Warner. Rumsey's going to try and get through on the inside. He'll race side by side back to 1 and 2. But Warner using some momentum on the high side. He's going to pull alongside of Heist as they go to 3 and 4. They'll continue to race side by side, and that high line is going to be the way to go as Matt Warner gets through to the race lead, and Rumsey's going to follow him through to 2nd. Heist will slot back in line in 3rd. Winters falls in line 4th, and Garrett Smith 5th. Hunter McFadden 6th. From the outside, wasn't a very good initial start for Warner, but kept rolling that high side and got the momentum up there to clear his way back past Rumsey and past Heist. Now Rumsey going to try and apply the pressure from behind as everybody up on the high side. Working their way through 1 and 2, back to 3 and 4. Rumsey is not letting Warner get away. Right on his back bumper as they come onto the flag stand to see the cross flags halfway home in the heat race. Rumsey lost a little ground there off turn 2. That opens up the gap by about a car length for Warner, but Rumsey closes it back in to 3 and 4. He is not letting Warner get away. Right on his tail off turn 2. Got a good drive off. He will follow him in his tire tracks to 3 and 4. Now he'll try to cut to the inside, see if he can make a move. 2 laps to go. Rumsey stalking, trying to see if he can find a way past. Brandon Heist is not too far behind either. No imminent battle for the transfer spot. Final lap in the air. Rumsey is right there. Ooh, I think he caught a bump, though, and he's going to lose some ground to Warner. That might give Warner all he needs. Coming off of turns number 3 and 4, Matt Warner's going to hang on to win heat race number 1 over Logan Rumsey. Brandon Heist comes home 3rd. Then Jake Winters finishes 4th. Garrett Smith, Hunter McFadden, Kenny Beinhauer, and Dustin Degler round out the top 8. It'll be Beinhauer and Degler having to head to the consi, as will Logan Road, who did not finish. So Warner will head to the dash, as will Rumsey. So we know that at least Rumsey and Warner will be in the dash. And here comes heat number 2. Jackson White will start on row 1 with Brian Kramer, the fastest car in hot laps, to his outside. Dakota Bartlett and Mike Rutherford will start on row 2. We know Rutherford will be in the dash as well. He was a quick timer in this heat race. Fred Heinley will start on row 3 in the 22H inside of Jeremy Harshman in the 163. Then Ben Ernst will start inside row 4 with Mason Beinhauer on his outside. Okay, here we go. Heat race winner goes to the dash, where they'll have the opportunity to compete for a top 8 starting spot. Green flag is in the air, and it's going to be Kramer getting away on the top side. It was a clean start, but he got away off to 1 and 2 on the high side, and Rutherford follows him through to second. Dakota Bartlett slices from top to bottom. He'll get under Jackson White off to 3 and 4, get through to the 3rd position as White falls to 4th. Rutherford not going to let Brian Kramer get away at the exit of turn number 2. Kramer's got about a car length and a half on him, off to 3 and 4. Working their way off to the first set of corners. Dakota Bartlett ran the fastest lap that time by. He is closing back to 3 and 4. It's going to be a 3-car battle for the lead. Back to 1 and 2, all running nose to tail. Kramer, Rutherford, and Bartlett. Bartlett loses a little ground off turn 2. Kramer lost some ground, and that's going to open the door for Rutherford to try and get through on the inside. They'll race side by side through the corner. Rutherford had to pinch it down, though. Lost momentum. Couldn't make the pass happen. Now he's going to have to try and hold off Bartlett back to 1 and 2. Kramer's got about 2 car lengths over Rutherford, but Bartlett is right on Rutherford's tail. He'll now cut to the inside, see if he can make a move happen. Off to 1 and 2. Bartlett on the inside, can't get the momentum, though, as Rutherford pinches him down, and Rutherford's going to try to go back to work on Kramer as they come back to see the Twin Sticks. 2 laps to go. Rutherford got a win on that car on Monday. He's going to try to get it back to victory lane tonight, but he's going to have to try and get past Brian Kramer to win this heat race with a lap to go, and in the process, hold off Dakota Bartlett. Final lap. Not sure he's going to have anything to get there. We'll see as they come back to turns 3 and 4 to the checkered flag. Battle's going to be on for a second. Woo, Bartlett nearly lost it. He hangs onto it, though, under the flag stand. Kramer wins the heat race. Rutherford for second. Bartlett, who had a big bobble in turn 4, held on to finish 3rd in front of Jackson White. Jeremy Harshman finishes 5th. Fred Heinley 6th. They will transfer to the A main as Mason Beinhauer and Ben Ernst will both head to the Consi. So Kramer will join Rumsey, Warner, and Rutherford in the dash, as will Ryan Kunkel and the winner of this 3rd and final heat race. Tyler Henry will start from pole position. Trevor Dunn will be on his outside. Then it'll be Billy Koch in the 66 with Kunkel on his outside on row 2. Richie Hartman and Sean Dove will start in row 3, and Joe Timmons, Holden Ekman will be in row 4. Lights are out. Final heat race for the wingless 600s on Big Dog Showdown night. Here we go. Henry and Dunn, side by side. Turn 3, green flag is in the air once again, and Henry's going to clear his way and have his choice of line in 3 and 4. He'll slide up top, and he'll have the lead through 1 and 2. Billy Koch able to slide his way into 2nd spot. Past Dunn on the inside. Dunn's going to try and come back on him, but can't. And caution is out. Joe Timmons is around on the back straightaway, facing the wrong direction. Holden Ekman might have had something to do with that. It was tough to tell, but he has gone around.
Restart except for the caution.
Timmons will rejoin. I think Ekman might have just tried to get by in the aftermath, but Timmons will tag back on to the tail of the field and try to get into a transfer spot. Top 6 qualify to the A. Will be a complete restart. Will be a complete restart. That's going to put Tyler Henry and Trevor Dunn back on row 1. Koch and Kunkel on row 2. Field works their way down the backstretch. And here they go. Green flag back in the air. Another great start by Henry. And Koch is going to clear his way through Dunn. Oh, there was contact. Kunkel nearly got turned around. He held onto it off turn 4, but Sean Dove got through to 4th spot. Kunkel falls back in line in 5th after nearly getting turned around in turn number 4. It's Henry 1, Koch 2, Dunn 3, then Dove and Kunkel, your top 5, with Timmons up to 6th on the restart. Kunkel's going to make a power move to the outside of Dove off turn number 2. Move that car back to the 4th spot. And in the meantime, Koch trying to run down Henry as Kunkel tries to run down Dunn off turn 2. Big time momentum from the 61 off to 3 and 4. He will slide it off in there, and he will clear Dunn for that 3rd spot, try to set his sights back on the front 2. That's going to be the battle for the time being. Richie Hartman got back around Joe Timmons for the 6th spot. Hartman trying to put the pressure on Sean Dove for 5th and get a little breathing room there as it's Timmons and Ekman on the outside looking in for the time being. Billy Koch, meanwhile, is not letting Tyler Henry get away. Gap is about 2 car lengths off to 1 and 2. If that, Koch closes in right to the back bumper at the exit of the corner. Henry got a little better drive off, though. Battle on for the 5th spot. Hartman on the outside, going to complete that pass on Dove. Dove going to try and have to hold off Timmons and Ekman. And meanwhile, it's 3 cars under a blanket for the race lead off turn 2. Henry on the outside. Koch throws it in on the bottom. They'll race side by side off turn 4 under the white flag. Last lap. Koch throws it off in there. Forces Henry to get on the binders. And he's going to get through to the race lead off turn 2. Billy Koch methodically going to work his way through. And on the final lap, make the pass for the win in heat race number 3. Henry comes across in 2nd. Then Kunkel 3rd. Dunn 4th. Hartman 5th. Dove hangs on for 6th. Joe Timmons and Holden Ekman will both head to the Consi. Koch and Kunkel will go to the dash. First heat race on track now for the modifieds. Everybody going to qualify through this set of heat races, 9, 9, and 8. And the first one goes off like this. It'll be Justin Schraden in the 88, starting from pole position. Kenny Harris in the 17K will be on his outside. Eric Hollenbach in the 12, and Sam Shikatano, quickest in warm-ups, will start in row number 2. Mike McLaughlin in the 4M, and the 61D of Christian Donati will be in row 3. Ed Hollenbach in the 13, Tiffany Hitzler in the 8 in row 4, and Matt Kiefert in the 91 will start in 9th. Everybody will transfer through to the A main, just a matter of where will they start. Top 4 will redraw. First of 3 heat races for the modifieds. They start in turn 4. Schraden hops on the gas. Green flag is in the air. You'll clear Harris back to 1 and 2. Battle's going to be on for the 3rd spot. Shikatano outside. Eric Hollenbach inside. And Christian Donati stalking behind in 5th spot. Back to 1 and 2. Hollenbach looks like he's going to clear Shikatano off turn 4. And Donati's going to try and make a move happen off to the next set of corners. Shikatano, though, going to pinch him down low and hang on to the position as they flash past the flag stand. Schraden out by about 2 car lengths. Then it's Harris, Hollenbach, nose to tail. Another car length or two back to Shikatano, who's right in front of Donati. They've got themselves over 6th place Mike McLaughlin and Ed Hollenbach at 7th. Eric Hollenbach is closing, though. He's going to try and have something to say about second here on Kenny Harris as they come off of turn number 4. Let's see the cross flags. Straden's gotten away by about 4 car lengths off to turn number 3. That battle for second is going to rage on. Hollenbach not letting Harris get away at all. Back to 1 and 2. Field is going to see the twin sticks this time by. Justin Schraden leads him through turns 3 and 4. 2 laps to go for him. On his way to heat race win number 1. Issue for Matt Kiefert, and that's going to bring out a caution, as I think he dropped a chain on the racetrack as he pulled to the infield. Officials got to retrieve that from the track, and that's going to put us under caution with 2 laps to go. Field will get doubled up. They'll go green this time by. Justin Schraden is the leader. He chooses the outside. Green flag is in the air. Harris going to hang tough on the low line through turns 1 and 2. They'll race side by side down the backstretch off the 3 and 4. That's going to be the battle. They lean on each other off turn 4, but Schraden's going to clear his way through. Back to 1 and 2 with the white flag in the air. Donati's going to try to apply the pressure. He gave Hollenbach a hip check, and Hollenbach got on the wall hard down the backstretch. To the checkered flag, Justin Schraden wins heat race number 1 over Kenny Harris, Sam Shikatano, and Christian Donati. That's your top 4. Tiffany Hitzler came home 5th. Ed Hollenbach 6th. Mike McLaughlin in 7th. Eric Hollenbach limps across in 8th after that car slammed the wall in the backstretch after it looked like he and Christian Donati ran out of racetrack in turn 2. And Matt Kiefert did not finish. They will push Hollenbach's car off in turn 1, or off in turn 2 after it came to a stop in turn 1. And they'll have to repair that thing and get it back out there. It looked quick prior to that restart. So we'll try it again here for heat number 2 for the modifieds, and they'll go off like this. Tim Vidal in the 89 and Chad Kreiser's number 20K. They'll start in row 1. Josh Bewley in the 78 and the 12E. That's Eric Whitby, as we mentioned, starting on row 2. Daryl Bear in the 116 and the 161 of Jack Wilver start in row number 3. Chris Smith in the 69 senior and Sesh Sanoke in the 5 will be in row 4. Lance Garrison in the 7S is a no-show. So 8 cars for 8 laps, and an issue for Chad Kreiser. That car is coming to a stop on the back straightaway. Not sure exactly why. Looks like an issue, though, for the car that was slated to start from the outside pole. Field works their way through turns 3 and 4. They'll see the green flag once again, and we're back underway. Heat race number 2 for the modifieds, and Josh Bewley going to work his way through on the outside on Tim Vital. Eric Whitby got caught behind, and now he'll work to the outside through turns 3 and 4 and get through to second. Jack Wilver running in the 4th spot over Seth Chinook. That's going to be the battle for that position in front of Chris Smith and Daryl Bear. Looks like Wilver will hang on to it for the time being, but Bewley has checked out in front of the field. He's got about 7 or 8 car lengths over Whitby in turn 2, and Whitby's got another few on Vital. Vital's got a big gap over Wilver, Chinook, and Smith. That's the battle for the 4th spot. Smith on the high side, right up in the marbles. He's going to get through, though, to the 4th position. Running above the groove, past Jack Wilver. Wilver's car may have an issue off turn 2. Chinook got caught behind him, and now he'll make the move on the backstretch off the turn 3. Wilver's car is off the pace through turns 3 and 4. Just barely at speed, and in the meantime, Eric Whitby trying to see if he can close in on Josh Bewley. Closes in ever so slightly as Wilver pulls off at the turn 2 exit. Don't know if he's going to close quickly enough, though. With 2 laps to go, Josh Bewley flashes under first. 0.8 of a second in front of Eric Whitby. That's about 5 or 6 car lengths at the exit of turn 2. And we've got a caution. Debris in turn 4 is going to put us under caution once again with 2 laps to go. Just the same as it was in the first heat race. Okay, so 1 to go signal is given, and for the second time in as many heat races, we'll have a green-white checkered, and for the second time in as many heat races, the leader's going to take the outside line. Josh Bewley will start from there. Eric Whitby is going to be on the inside, and then row 2 it'll be Tim Vital and Chris Smith with Seth Chinook and the 116 of Daryl Bear on that 3rd and final row. Top 4 redraw, everybody qualifies, but still something on the line here as they work through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air. Pretty even start. Back to 1 and 2, but Bewley's going to fire away on the high side. He may clear Whitby. He will clear Whitby off turn 2, and Smith gets through to 3rd spot at the exit of the corner. To the white flag. Final lap for Josh Bewley. He's pulled out by about 3 car lengths over Eric Whitby. And as he works his way down the backstretch off the turns 3 and 4, doesn't look like anybody's going to catch him. Heat race win number 2 goes to Josh Bewley. Eric Whitby comes home in 2nd. Chris Smith 3rd. Tim Vital, Seth Chinook, your top 5. With Daryl Bear rounding out the 6 finishers. Jack Wilver didn't finish. Chad Chrysler, Lance Garrison did not start. This is a reminder to everybody in the stands for the Pick 3 contest. For the Bills Emergency Roadside Pick 3 contest, you must have those entries in by the end of this next heat race for the modifieds to be eligible for that $50 prize. Pick the top 3 finishers in order for tonight's modified feature. 1 more heat race still to come. Lineup is going to go off like this for heat race number 3. It'll be Jared Myers and Ray Gradwell starting on row number 1. Matt Warner, who just won a 600 heat race earlier in the evening, will start inside of row 2 in his 600 modified. Rob Baumgartner in the 19 going to be to his outside. Sean Bear and Joe Carter will start in row 3, and Chad Miller's number 34 will start from the 8th position. Ty Hoke is not out there, so 7 cars deep. Here we go. Phil comes through, turns 3 and 4. Jared Myers going to lead him down. Green flag is in the air, and Warner's going to try and poke his way through on the inside, off to 1 and 2. Couldn't quite get there, though. Myers closed the door, and now he'll have to battle Gradwell at the exit of turn number 2, making that car awfully wide. He hangs on to the race lead to 3 and 4. But Gradwell not letting him get away, making that high line work back to 1 and 2. They'll race side by side. Gradwell pushes up high, though, loses momentum, and he'll have to fall back into line. So they come through 3 and 4. Now Gradwell going to try and see if he can work his way to the inside of Myers. He'll slide it off in there, close the door, force Myers on the binders, and Myers lost 2 spots in that exchange. Oh, there was contact, and hard in the wall goes Jared Myers.
Stop safely.
Jared Myers says he is okay back there. That is the best news of all. That was a wild sequence of events there as Myers was trying to hang on to the lead. There was contact, I think, at the exit of the corner between he and Gradwell. That washed Myers' car up high a little bit, and he just couldn't keep it out of the wall. And when he hit the wall, that car spun almost like a top down the backstretch. It never went upside down, but spun violently several times. And I think might have collected the 21 of Sean Bear as well with some damage. But thankfully, Myers is okay. Not sure Joe Carter might have gotten some damage in that as well in the 84 machine. But Myers is out, and that's the best news of all. So they will have to get Myers' car off the racetrack as they also pushed Sean Bear's machine off. He might have made some contact with Myers as he was spinning on the backstretch. His night is going to come to an end prematurely. Greg Gradwell will be the race leader. Matt Warner's going to be second. Chad Miller is going to move to the 5th spot with Joe Carter 4th and cars left running. They will get doubled up here with 2 down and 6 to go. And here we go. Lights are out. 1 to go signal is given. Gradwell and Warner on row 1. Phil works their way through 1 and 2. As we've mentioned, the modifieds do not start on the backstretch like every other class here. They start in turn 4. Gradwell chooses the inside lane. They have lane choice as well. through turns 3 and 4. They hop on the gas. Green flag back in the air. Warner's going to stay with Gradwell off to 1 and 2. But Gradwell going to clear on the bottom, washes up. That's going to open the door for Warner on the inside. Back to turns 3 and 4. And Warner will make that pass happen as he forced Gradwell a little bit high up into the loose stuff. Gradwell falls back in line in second, but Warner's out in front by about 3 car lengths. And more down the backstretch. He pulls that gap off to 3 and 4. He will see the cross flags now out in front, trying to win his second heat race in as many tries this evening at Linda's Speedway. Chad Miller going to put the pressure on Ray Gradwell for the second spot. Joe Carter not letting him get away either in fourth. That'll be the battle for second, back to 1 and 2. But Matt Warner has checked out pretty nicely in front of the pack. 2 laps to go for him. Miller is going to work to the inside of Gradwell off to 1 and 2. They'll race side by side off the corner. It will be door to door off to turn 3. As the white flag waves under Matt Warner, white flag for him. Gradwell hangs on to second for the time being. Miller might have a chance to challenge as they come off turn 2. Not sure he'll be close enough back to 3 and 4, though, as the checkered flag waves. Heat 3 goes to Matt Warner. Ray Gradwell comes home second, Chad Miller in third, Joe Carter fourth, and Rob Baumgartner comes home to round out the 5 finishers, as Jared Myers did not finish, nor did Sean Bear, and Ty Hope did not start that heat race. CJ Kim gets pushed off here, trying to make sure that car is back to running. It had issues in the heat races. Looks like everything is a-okay. Dave Williams is also going to get a push off here for the 270s. And looks like everything up to snuff with that car as well. He'll exit in turn 2. And now, as we've teased, it is finally time for the Outlaw Enduros. They will go for hot laps first. Here come the big cars. We have 12 of them here so far. 25T, that is Travis Geyer. The 3 machine, that yellow and green car, is Jamie Nafsinger. 77 is Brandon Geyer. 95 is Scott Lord. The 226 is Tom Moses. And the 64 is Big Daddy. That's just what we were told. But that's your 6. Here we go. This is hot laps.
All right, let's.
And to the green flag they come. We'll explain this event more throughout the course of the evening, but they'll go through hot laps. And I believe have a couple of heat races, and their feature will be at the end of the night, and we'll explain how that works when we get there. But these cars are always entertaining to watch. First time here at Linda's this season. They're basically like the big Chargers. Travis Geyer, the quick car so far, 17.404 second lap time for him is now about 0.3 quicker than Brandon Geyer's time in second of 17.755. Travis Geyer's letting that thing hang out, though. Coming under the front stretch and off to 1 and 2. That rear end is hanging out quite a bit. But it's fast. As the old saying goes, loose is fast. And he's fastest through the first group for the Outlaw Enduro. 17.188 second lap time. That's more than half a second quicker than Brandon Geyer in second. Tom Moses, Big Daddy, and Scott Lord complete your top 5. Okay, here comes the next group of Outlaw Enduros. This once again for hot laps. The 14 is Bob Wink. He comes under the flag stand in front of the 7X of Jim Smith. The 70 is Chuck Detweiler. The 88 is Dylan Schatz. The 32 is Joe Kunkel. And the 23 is Aaron Frazier, the 23A, off to turns 1 and 2. Here's the green flag. Dylan Schatz goes second quickest, 17.63 second lap time for him. Only Travis Geyer has gone faster, but Geyer's clearly got a lot of speed in that 25 car. Schatz, though, closes in, though. Ran a lap time of 17.252 seconds, just less than a tenth off of what Geyer ran in his warm-up session. Checkered flag waves on this warm-up session. Jim Smith up to 6th quickest. Everybody else stays the same. So Travis Geyer going to be quickest of anybody through the hot laps for the Outlaw Enduro. 17.188 second lap time for him. Dylan Schatz, Brandon Geyer, Aaron Frazier, and Chuck Detweiler complete your top 5. Shane Flaherty's going to get a few more laps in his Charger. He'll be on track now. So the Outlaw Enduro Series completes their hot laps, and they will be back for the feature. That will conclude the night here at Linda Speedway. But before then, we've got a lot more racing yet to come, and it's going to begin with the feature for the junior slingshots. Just about ready to come out here for the junior slingshots. They are in staging right now, and they'll be out in just a moment here. Lineup goes heads up from the heat race. Ryan Rochelle will start on pole after winning his heat, and he was also the quickest car in warm-ups earlier this evening. Chase Schott will be on his outside in the 10S. Chase Zimmer will start inside row 2 with Colton Williams on his outside. Then Hayden Kim and CJ Kim will round out the 6 starters. After this junior slingshot feature, we'll have the consi for the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s, and then And we'll also have the dash for the 600s in there prior to our feature races. I believe that 600 dash will be next following this junior slingshot feature. Then we'll get into the consi and the remaining features for the evening. But here come the junior slingshots on track, 15 laps. Lined up as we took you through the lineup. Ryan Rochelle in the 4-car starts from pole position. Chase Schott alongside Chase Zimmer, Colton Williams in row 2. And then Hayden Kim, CJ Kim in row 3. Here we go, 15 laps. And all right, here we go. 1 to go signal is given. Let's get the first feature of the evening underway. Half a dozen junior slingshots ready to rock. Ryan Rochelle and Chase Schott gonna lead him down to the backstretch. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with the junior slingshot feature. Rochelle is going to get through to the lead. Chase Zimmer through to second on the inside of row 2. Schott falls in line in third. Hayden Kim is going to move up to the 4th spot inside of Colton Williams, who falls back to 5th. And CJ Kim runs in the 6th position in the 18. He'll move to the outside of Williams, coming through turns 3 and 4. But it'll be Rochelle to lead lap 1 by about 2 car lengths over Zimmer and Schott. And Rochelle now going to try and open that gap up even more as they come off turn 4. He's able to balloon that gap by about another car length as they come through the first set of corners. Front 3 have gapped themselves from 4th place Hayden Kim. Hayden Kim's got a nice gap over CJ Kim in the 5th spot. Rochelle continuing to lay down quick laps and open up the gap between he and Chase Zimmer in 2nd. Working through turns 3 and 4. Rochelle opening up by about 0.2 of a second per lap over Zimmer. And Chase Schott trying to see if he can close in for the 2nd spot, but has not been able to make inroads yet. Everybody pretty well spread out as they come off turn 2. Does Ryan Rochelle. He's the leader. He takes him off to turn number 3. With 5 laps in the books, coming around to complete 6 this time by. Continuing to run quick laps out in front. He's been considered the fastest car each time around, and it shows on the timing chart as he opens up the gap. 1.18 seconds that time by. Work his way back to turns 1 and 2. And the field is going to come back to see the crossed flags this time by from head starter Mike Fry. 8 laps down, 7 laps to go for Ryan Rochelle out in front. 1.5 seconds is the gap between he and Zimmer back to turn 2. Chase Schott runs in 3rd. Hayden Kim still 4th. Has a nice gap over CJ Kim in 5th. And Colton Williams in 6th. But 6 laps to go for Ryan Rochelle. Has been the dominant car on the evening. And he's going to come out of turn number 4 to see 5 laps to go this time by. Just continuing to grow that gap. He just ran the fastest lap of the race that last time by. He's going to negotiate to the outside of the lap car of Colton Williams coming off turn 4. Get through cleanly and see 4 laps to go. Continuing to work past the lap car of Colton Williams. This Chase Zimmer got a little bit caught up behind. That's going to allow Chase Shot to close in by a couple car lengths, but not sure he's going to get close enough to challenge. So they come past to see 2 laps to go. Ryan Rochelle out in front, continuing to lay down quick laps. Another fastest lap of the race, that time by. He has opened the gap to 2.5 seconds. Coming back to see the white flag. Final lap for Ryan Rochelle out in front. Was the quickest car in warm-ups earlier this evening. Perhaps that set the tone for the rest of the night. He won the heat race, and he's going to lead all 15 laps of the feature. Ryan Rochelle takes home the win in the junior slingshots. Chase Zimmer comes across in second. Chase Shot will finish third. Hayden Kim comes home in fourth over CJ Kim, and Colton Williams will finish in the 6th position, rounding out the field, but Ryan Rochelle is your winner. Race. Check 1, 2. Hold on, Mike. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay. Your winner in the junior slingshots, Ryan Rochelle. Congratulations on the victory. Ryan, this was a dominant performance tonight. Talk me through how you did it, man.
We just had a good car all night, and we had to hold them off, and we pulled away, and then I just followed my line, and then we did it.
You did it, man. Who do you want to thank for this win, Ryan?
My mom, my dad, Hendershot Race Engines, my sister, Zach, and my dad's birthday, and my cousin Tyler, and my Uncle Tim, and my Aunt Jenny.
Well, you gave Dad a good birthday present. Congrats, Ryan. Enjoy this one, buddy. Okay, so the dash for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s will be on track next. 8 cars deep for 4 laps. And the order they finish in is the order they will start. That'll come after they get Ryan Rochelle's car off of the track. Congratulations to Ryan on a dominating victory in the junior slingshots. So the top 3 quickest timers all automatically transferred to the dash. That was Logan Rumsey, Mike Rutherford, and Ryan Kunkel. They were joined by the 3 heat race winners, Matt Warner, Billy Koch, and Brian Kramer, and then the 2 fastest cars in time trials that had not already advanced their way through the heat races in totality, Dakota Bartlett and Hunter McFadden, that advanced to the A main. Join them in the dash, and they line up in order of how they qualified in time trials. We'll see a push off here real quick for the 270s, but then we'll get the dash underway. 5 laps is the dash. Here we go. As mentioned, Logan Rumsey and Mike Rutherford on row 1. Ryan Kunkel, Matt Warner on row 2. Dakota Bartlett, Billy Koch row 3. Hunter McFadden, Brian Kramer in row 4. Here we go. 5 laps. Top 8 in the feature will roll off the way they finish right here. For the Big Dog Showdown, green flag is in the air. We're green in the dash. Rumsey gets away to the point. Rutherford through to second, side by side for third. Warner and Kunkel back to turns 1 and 2. Warner gets the pull off the corner. Rutherford got a good drive off, but not able to quite get alongside Rumsey as they come through 3 and 4. Rumsey by about 3 car lengths under the flag stand off to 1 and 2. Rutherford runs third, then Warner, Kunkel, Bartlett, your top 5. Koch, Kramer, and McFadden, 6 through 8. Everybody running up on the high side, back to 1 and 2. That's the way to go right now. Will anybody try to make a move? Coming back to see 2 laps to go. Rumsey by about 4 car lengths over Rutherford. He's got another 4 back to Warner, and then it's nose to tail all the way back. Rutherford trying to close in ever so slightly, but he's going to have to do a lot of work. Coming back to the white flag. Final lap for Logan Rumsey. If he can hang on, he will start on pole for the Big Dog Showdown. Battle might be on for 4th. Kunkel and Bartlett will race back to 3 and 4, but to the checkered flag, Logan Rumsey's going to win the dash. Mike Rutherford comes home 2nd. Warner 3rd. Kunkel hangs on for 4th. Bartlett in 5th. Rounds out the top 5. Billy Koch will start 6th. Brian Kramer 7th. And Hunter McFadden 8th. After they finish in those positions in the dash. And now we will head to the 270 Consi. Okay, so the 270 Consi takes to the track. It's 8 cars deep, 6 will qualify. It'll be 8 laps in total. Dave Williams is going to start from pole position. He'll have Courtney Cup on his outside. Then Matt Fernsler starts inside row 2. Brittany Zeller on his outside. Ernie Newmaster will start from the inside of row 3. Dan Boyer will start alongside of him. Dallas Sanders in the 55 starts inside row 4 with Andrea Matter-Martin, completing the 8-car starting lineup. Here we go. 1 to go signal will be given next time by, I believe. One to go signal is given. So, winner of this Consi will start 19th in the feature and so on from there, but you got to be in the top 6 to advance. Dave Williams going to work his way down the backstretch. Green flag is in the air. We're green in the Consi. He'll get away to the point. Courtney Cup through to 2nd. Battle on for 3rd between Zeller and Fernsler back to 1 and 2. And Dan Boyer not letting him get away either, as Fernsler and Zeller continue to race side by side back to 3 and 4. Fernsler trying to give Zeller a bit of a hip check and will finally clear off to 1 and 2. Dan Boyer trying to follow Fernsler through. Meanwhile, Dallas Sanders has gotten past Ernie Newmaster. That for the sixth and final transfer spot. It's Newmaster and Matter Martin on the outside looking in. Dave Williams has gotten away to the point cleanly, but he's got Cup in second, about 7 or 8 car lengths back, leading a foursome of cars back to 1 and 2. Fernsler, Boyer, nose to tail. Brittany Zeller falls off that group a little bit through 1 and 2. But still comfortably in for the time being as they come to see the cross flags. 4 down, 4 to go. Here comes Dan Boyer. He got to the inside of Fernsler. He's going to get to the inside of Cup as well. Move Dan Boyer through to the second spot. And Fernsler now going to make a charge to the inside of Cup as well in turn 3. Complete that pass. Move the 19 up to third spot. Cup back to fourth. They work past the lap car of Andrea Matter Martin. Doesn't look like she's going to transfer, with 2 laps to go for Dave Williams out in front. And Dallas Sanders has about a set of corners on Ernie Newmaster for that 6th and final transfer position. Back to see the white flag. Dave Williams, 1 lap to go for him. Dan Boyer is closing, but it won't matter. He'll come home in second most likely. Start the feature in 20th. Dave Williams will start it from 19th as he wins the Consi. Dave Williams takes it home over Dan Boyer, Matt Fernsler, Courtney Cup, Brittany Zeller, and Dallas Sanders. They transfer. Ernie Newmaster will go home, as will Andrea Matter Martin. They do not qualify for the A-Main. That'll do it for the Consi. And now all that remains are 5 features. Wingless 600s first. Then the Slingshots, 270s, Modifieds, and the Outlaw Enduros to finish off the night. We'll have a short little break here prior to the 600 feature as they get those cars turned around from the dash. It'll be Logan Rumsey and Mike Rutherford on the front row for that 600 feature. They've combined for 3 wins here so far in the 600s between winged and wingless competition. And we welcome you back to the Linda Speedway. For those of you listening at home on the National Racing Network, we are just about ready to get going with the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600 Big Dog Showdown. Field getting gridded on the front stretch right now in 4-wide formation. We're just about ready to rock. Race fans, it is time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines! Field begins to roll away for a 4-wide salute prior to this 25-lap Big Dog Showdown at Linda Speedway. You asked for the big dogs, you got the big dogs. The best of the best at Linda Speedway are 4 abreast. Give it up for the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s.
Let's get the double file here. Let's get the double file. 16.
And here goes the lineup. Double file formation. Logan Rumsley, Mike Rutherford will start on row 1. Matt Warner, Ryan Kunkel on row 2, Dakota Bartlett, Billy Koch, row 3, Brian Kramer, Hunter McFadden, row 4. Those cars all from the dash. The rest of the lineup goes off like this. Trevor Dunn will start inside row 5. Brandon Heist is going to be on his outside. Jackson White, the 99X, will start inside of row 6 with Tyler Henry's number 56 to his outside. Jake Winters in the 92W and the 22H of Fred Heinley, they'll start on row 7. Richie Hartman and Jeremy Harshman will start on row 8 together. Inside row 9 will be Sean Dove in the 3, and the 2S of Garrett Smith will be on his outside. On row 10, it'll be Kenny Beinhauer on the inside, Mason Beinhauer on the outside. Row 11, Joe Timmons in the 16T. He'll have to drop to the back after his car had issues. Wow. Firing up off or after the 4-wide, Dustin Degler will start now on the inside of row 11 with Ben Ernst on his outside. Holden Ekman will bring up the back of the field with Timmons on his outside in row 12. 1 to go signal is given. Here we go. Logan Rumsey, Mike Rutherford have combined for 3 wins this season at Linda's in the 600s. They start on row 1. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with the Big Dog Showdown. Rumsey on the high line. Rutherford goes higher through 1 and 2. Rumsey's going to clear off the exit of the corner, but here comes Rutherford on the inside of 3 and 4. They'll race side by side off the corner. Rumsey's going to clear. Rutherford through to second. Kunkel in third, right in Rutherford's tire tracks. Then it's Warner and Koch, your top 5. Back to 3 and 4. Top line is going to be the way to go. Rumsey's gotten away by 4 car lengths off the exit of turn 2. Battle going to be on for the 4th spot. Billy Koch had a look inside Matt Warner. Nothing doing there for the time being. Battle on further back. Jackson White on the inside of Tyler Henry. That's the battle for the 11th spot through 1 and 2. Jacob Dunn right in front as well. Rumsey's gotten away by about a second over Mike Rutherford as they come under the flag stand. Ryan Kunkel runs in third, about 2 car lengths behind. Then it's another 5 or so. Back to Matt Warner in 4th. And we've got a caution as... looking to see what it's for. It's debris on the front straightaway. That's going to put us under caution. Looks like a black wheel cover is what we're hearing was the culprit for the debris caution with 4 laps in the books. And Trevor Dunn has pulled off on the front stretch. There was an issue for him. Now, part of this Big Dog Showdown is teams do have the option to work on their cars in the pits and come back out. But obviously will lose all their track position, and if there isn't a caution immediately after, they're done for or they're in essence done for the evening in terms of being competitive. Looks like Dunn has hopped out of that thing, though, so it looks like his race is over. And with that, 1 to go signal is given. Single file restart. Rumsey, Rutherford, Kunkel, Warner, Koch, your top 5. Kramer, Bartlett, Heist, McFadden, and White are your top 10. Rumsey fires away at the exit of turn 2. Green flag is in the air. We're back underway. And as they come onto the flag stand, it's Rumsey by about 3 car lengths. Battle on for the 4th spot. Billy Koch on the inside, going to slide up in front of Matt Warner. Warner's going to cross him back over in turn 2, and he's going to take that spot over once again, back to 3 and 4. Koch not going to give up, though. Battle going to be on for the 6th spot. Dakota Bartlett on the inside, wants it. Brian Kramer has it. They'll race side by side. Give it to Bartlett off turn 2 as Kramer had a bobble. Red and Heist going to have a look inside of Kramer as well now. That for the 7th spot. Back to 1 and 2. But Logan Rumsey has gotten away once again by about 5 car lengths over Mike Rutherford as they come onto the flag stand. Kunkel runs in third, about 5 car lengths back of him. That's about 5 more car lengths back to Warner, who leads a nose-to-tail battle. Koch and Bartlett directly behind. Won't be long, though, if we stay green before the leaders hit lap traffic, but 1 car sideways, it's Kramer. He and Bartlett made contact. Kramer stands back on it, keeps it straight. Koch has an issue. That car's off the pace in 3 and 4. And that is likely going to bring out a caution, and it will. Billy Koch is going to slow to nearly a stop. Now it looks like that car is back up to speed at least a little bit, but he will pull it off at the exit of turn number 2. Tough break for Koch, who was running 5th prior to that incident, or that issue that he suffered. Green flag back in the air. Logan Rumsey going to lead him back to turns 3 and 4. And he's going to pull away once again by about 4 car lengths over Rutherford back to 1 and 2. He's got about 5 car lengths over Rutherford and Kunkel. Apologies, we're having some issues with our race monitor data, but we're going to try and paint the picture for you the best we can as Dakota Bartlett is going to paint a slider on Matt Warner through 1 and 2. He's got the high line now. He's going to race through 3 and 4. They'll continue to be side by side. Warner and Bartlett, that's the battle for 4th. Back to that set of corners, and Bartlett's finally going to clear past as they come back around to turn number 3. Once again, though, Rumsey has checked out. He's got 1.2 seconds on Rutherford, then another 4/10 back to Kunkel. Bartlett runs in 4th, Warner 5th. And it's a whole gang of cars further back, and around goes Jake Winters in turn 2. There was contact, and that all started. I think Tyler Henry got checked up, or McFadden got checked up behind Tyler Henry, and there was contact between McFadden and Winters, and that sent Winters' car around and under caution. 3rd caution of the race with 12 laps in the books.
It's good. 12 down.
The lineup will go off like this as they come back to the green flag, single file. Logan Rumsey is your leader, Mike Rutherford second, then Ryan Kunkel, Dakota Bartlett, Matt Warner, your top 5, Brandon Heiss, Brian Kramer, Jackson White, Tyler Henry, Hunter McFadden, your top 10. Here they come, 12 down, 13 to go, green flag back in the air. Ooh, Warner nearly got to the inside of Bartlett there, off to turn 3 and 4 on the restart. Bartlett's going to hang on to the position for now, though, as they come back to 1 and 2. Heist is going to pull a slider on Warner through turns 1 and 2, but Warner's going to try to come back on him as they come down the backstretch off to 3 and 4. He'll take Heist's nose off as they come back through that set of corners. And issue for Jackson White. That car up the track lost a lot of positions, but falls back into line. And in the meantime, it's Rumsey by 0.6 of a second, about 4 car lengths over Rutherford. Nose to tail, Rutherford, Kunkel, Bartlett. 2 through 4. They've got a nice gap over Warner in 5th now, but Logan Rumsey with 10 laps to go has pulled out to a 3/4 of a second lead. And with all these cautions, he may not get to lap traffic. At least won't get to much before the end of the race. Ben Ernst has an issue. He pulls off at the turn 2 exit. Gap continues to remain the same between Rumsey and Rutherford, back to 3 and 4. Ryan Kunkel is not letting Rutherford get away, and Bartlett's not letting Kunkel get away. That's going to be the battle for 3rd. Nose to tail, back to 1 and 2 with 8 to go. Again, we apologize for those listening at home having some issues with our race monitor data, but Logan Rumsey is the race leader with 7 laps to go. He's got 1 second on Mike Rutherford, and the lead is growing. Back to Ryan Kunkel, Dakota Bartlett, and Matt Warner, who complete your top 5. 6 to go this time. Rumsey will catch a little bit of lap traffic if we don't see a yellow, but it's not going to be a ton. We'll see if it affects him. Couple cars way up out of the groove. Dustin Degler and Joe Timmons with an issue. That car is off the pace back to turn number 1. We'll see if he gets off. If he does, we'll stay green. As Rumsey comes through 3 and 4, Timmons will get off safely. 4 laps to go for Logan Rumsey. 1.3 seconds, the gap between he and Rutherford, and we've got a caution. Dustin Degler's car has come to a stop on the front stretch, and with 4 laps to go, that puts us back under the yellow, and Degler is going to take off the steering wheel, and it looks like there's some damage on that car. He will have to be towed back.
It's good then with 21 down. Yeah, this shows that the race longer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Close to real. lost a wheel.
No.
Not that one.
Yeah.
Kind of necessary.
Yeah.
That one is.
Yeah. Degler's car lost a wheel. And he will get towed back. But that is going to set up a 4-lap dash to the finish. And the lineup is going to go off like this. Logan Rumsey, Mike Rutherford, Ryan Kunkel, Dakota Bartlett, and Matt Warner, your top 5. Brandon Heist, Brian Kramer, Tyler Henry, Hunter McFadden, and Richie Hartman, your top 10. Garrett Smith, Fred Heinley, Jackson White, Mason Beinauer, Holden Ekman, 11 through 15. And here we go. 1 to go signal is given. 4 laps to go. Logan Rumsey has dominated this race so far. He needs at least 1 more restart to hang on. Green flag is back in the air with 4 to go. And he gets away by about 2 car lengths back to 1 and 2. Big slider by Heist in 1 and 2. He's going to slide it in on Warner. Warner's going to come back on him. And that's going to be the battle for 5th. Back to 3 and 4, but the front 4 stays single file, and Mason Beinauer's car has an issue. Actually, no, it's Hunter McFadden in 3 and 4. That's going to put us under caution. And now it looks like Kenny Beinauer's car might have an issue as he stops in turn 4 as well, and we're under caution with 3 to go. So Logan Rumsey's going to have to get another good restart. 3 to go. He's gotten away nicely. Hasn't had to see any lap traffic. Won't have to see any for the final 3 laps. Can he hold off Mike Rutherford and Ryan Kunkel and Dakota Bartlett, along with Matt Warner, who completes your top 5? Green flag back in the air. Rutherford stays with Rumsey back to 3 and 4, but Rumsey on the cushion is going to hang on and pull away off turn 4 back to a 3-car length lead. Everybody singled out back to about Jackson White and Fred Heinley. That's around the 11th spot. 2 laps to go for Rumsey. Gap grows to 4 to 5 car lengths through 1 and 2. And to the white flag, final lap for Logan Rumsey. Picks up the Wing 600 win on opening night. Got a wingless 600 win back on April 30th. And coming off turn 4, Logan Rumsey is going to dominate and win the Big Dog Showdown at Linda's Speedway. Mike Rutherford comes home 2nd, Ryan Kunkel 3rd, Dakota Bartlett 4th, Matt Warner 5th. The rest of your top 10, Brandon Heist, Brian Kramer, Tyler Henry, Richie Hartman, and Garrett Smith. Fred Heinley, Jackson White, Mason Beinauer, Holden Ekman, Jeremy Harshman 11 through 15. Jake Winters and Sean Dove complete the 17 finishers. But Logan Rumsey is your winner on the evening. Oh, God. 2. Check 1, 2. Okay. Testing, testing. Well, the winner of the Big Dog Showdown in the Hyper Racing Hoosier Tire Wingless 600s, Logan Rumsey, gets the job done. Here, Logan, come on over here if you can. But congratulations on the victory. Another dominating performance, your third win of the season here at Linda's. And tonight, you clearly had the best car, and out in front, it looks pretty good. Talk me through your race.
Yeah, I set a good qualifying lap, set me up for the night, and got lucky, got put on the pole of the dash or whatever. And the motor was going away lap 1 of the feature. I don't know how it held up. It was barely running under yellow. After the yellows, it ran pretty good, so I was just hoping for more yellows, and I didn't want to get the lap traffic. But it somehow held on. I don't think it was going to go another couple laps.
Well, it held on just long enough. Congratulations on the victory. Who do you got to thank for this one, Logan?
Yeah, my dad for the setup, Keller Contracting, Hagerty Insurance, Hammer Down Engines, 600cc Performance, and Newland Bar Service.
Well, it held on, Logan. Congratulations on the victory in the Big Dog Showdown. I'm going to have you pull the winning 50-50 ticket here. Some of these went for a spill down here, but they're all in here now. And the winning ticket is 078968. 078968. If that's your ticket, the prize is $177. I believe you can come up either to the tower or out to the pit shack out back to claim your prize. Once again, the winning 50-50 ticket is 078968. 078968. That's the winning 50-50 ticket. If that's your prize, either come up here to the tower or you can claim it out back at the pit shack. Here come the All-Star Slingshots on track for their feature event. And the lineup will go off like this, 15 cars deep, and it'll be Brett Spittler and Brett Bieber. They will start on row number 1. Spittler won his heat race earlier in the evening. Austin Webster will start inside of row 2. Chuck Wary alongside of him. Josh White and Ronnie Spittler will start in row 3. Dave Kerrigan, Tyler Alsh will start in row 4. Kerrigan trying to keep the perfect season going. I'll have to do it from inside of that 4th row. Carter Wyatt and William Morg will start in row 5. Morg was fastest in warm-ups earlier this evening. Joe McCardle and Stephen McLaughlin in row 6. John Heberling, Titan Deal in row number 7. And Chase Bixler, who just graduated, going to tack onto the back of the field. And he will start 15th shotgun on the grid as Brett Spittler and Brett Bieber lead them down. Green flag is in the air, and Spittler's going to get split 3 wide in the middle as Bieber gets through to the race lead. Green flag is back in the air. Here we go. Much even start that time. Inside under the flag stand. Off to turn number 1. Big move on the inside. That's Josh Wyatt trying to make a move on Ronnie Spittler, but he had to get all on the binders. Pinched down low, and he got split sideways down the backstretch. Dave Kerrigan went around him. Austin Webster went around him. So too did Tyler Alsh. And they continue to race back to turn number 1. That's back around the 5th spot as Bieber's gotten away to the point. It's Bieber and then Brett Spittler, Ronnie Spittler, your first 3. The battle then going to be on behind Chuck Wary between Tyler Alsh and Dave Kerrigan for 5th. And now here comes Ronnie Spittler to the inside. On Brett Spittler, back to 3 and 4. Brett's going to hang on to the spot for now. And Dave Kerrigan, meanwhile, has worked his way past Tyler Alsh. He's now to the inside of Chuck Wary. He'll slide up in turn 2. Wary might get back under him. They'll race side by side down the backstretch off to turn number 3. Brett Bieber continues to grow his advantage. 1.5 seconds. Over the Spittler boys, Brett and Ronnie continuing to race side by side for second. Brett hangs on for the time being. Kerrigan runs in 4th. He's in front of Wary. Battle on further back for the 6th spot. Alsh and Morig racing side by side off to 1 and 2. And the battle continues now between Brett Spittler and Ronnie Spittler. Down the backstretch off to turn 3. Looks like Ronnie is finally going to slide up, close the door, and clear. But he's got a lot of work to do to run down Brett Bieber out in front. And here comes Dave Kerrigan. He wants to join the party as well. He'll work to the inside of Brett Spittler off turn number 2. And get through to the 3rd position. Now he'll see if he can go to work on Ronnie. Nose to tail, back to 1 and 2. Kerrigan with a higher entry and a lower exit to try and get a better drive off. It pays off. He'll pull to the inside off the turn number 3 and move Dave Kerrigan through to the 2nd position as he clears Spittler off to 3 and 4. He has got a long way to go, though, to catch Brett Bieber, who's 2 2/3 seconds out in front. Coming back to see 11 laps to go. The question will be, can Kerrigan close that gap? He cut in 2/10 that lap. We'll see. Meanwhile, William Morig to the inside of Tyler Alsh at the battle for the 5th spot, coming off turn 2. Morig will clear through 3 and 4. Kerrigan closed in another 3/10. Kerrigan So field working under caution with 5 laps in the books. Brandon Heist again is your leader. Richie Hartman, Mike Boyer, Pete Skias, and Scott Gingrich complete your top 5. As Dan Boyer's car is going to get towed away. So a lot of damage to Dan Boyer's car. They're going to tow him off after he and Austin Miskowski got together. And now Mike Boyer's car with an issue. That car has come to a stop in turn 3. He was running 3rd. But that's a tough break for both the Boyers there. One is getting towed off in turn 2. The other is getting tended to in turn 3 for some sort of apparent mechanical issue. There was something leaking from Mike Boyer's car, and they brought him to a stop in turn 3. He's going to try to keep running it. They will give him his spot back in 3rd, but there may be an issue. We'll have to see. That'll be worth monitoring with still 20 laps yet to run. All right, here we go. 1-to-go signal is given. Brandon Heist. Big power move on the outside. Got him to the lead. Can he hold off Richie Hartman? The rest of the way, what do Mike Boyer, Pete Skias, and Scott Gingrich have to say about it? Green flag back in the air. We're back underway. Billy Logeman going to throw it in on the inside of Ben Stoles. Get through to the 6th spot. Ross Perchak tried to follow through, couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Boyer going to throw it to the inside of Richie Hartman and pass for the 2nd spot off turn 2. He's going to go to work on Heist now through 3 and 4. Not sure what the issue was for Mike Boyer, but it's looking all right now as he comes and tries to draw the bead on Heist off to 3 and 4. On the inside, he'll race side by side for the race lead under the flag stand back to turn 1. Heist led that lap by a few 1,000ths of a second. Boyer's going to clear off turn 2, though, and he's through to the race lead. Heist is not going to go away, though. He'll stay right on his tail back to 1 and 2. Pete Skias, in the meantime, racing side-by-side with Richie Hartman for 3rd. Scott Gingrich is in 5th. And then it's Logan and Perchak 6th and 7th, but Boyer hanging on to a 1-car length lead, make it 2 car lengths off the exit of turn 2. Trying to grow that gap as much as he can. He's going to get to some lap traffic here momentarily, racing hard. Brittany Zeller will be the first car he'll catch if we don't see a caution. But he is beginning to grow the gap on Heist now, back to 1 and 2. Battle is on, side by side for 4th. Gingrich on the outside, Hartman on the inside. They continue to race side by side for that position with Ross Perchak watching on behind. Field is going to come to the cross flags this time by right as Mike Boyer hits lap traffic. 13 down, 12 to go. He'll work to the inside of Brittany Zeller, make that move off turn 2. Go to work on Dallas Sanders next, and then side by side, Courtney Cupp and Christy Swigert racing right in front of him. He'll pass to the inside of Sanders. And Cupp and Swigert have singled it out for the time being, but Cupp right on the bottom. Bottles up Boyer a little bit, and in the meantime, the battle for second is on between Skias and Heist. And Skias is going to split the lap car, Brittany Zeller, and get past Heist at the exit of turn 2. Move Pistol Pete to second, but he's got a lot of lap cars to get through before he can get to Mike Boyer, and he's going to get caught behind Dallas Sanders. That's going to give the second spot back to Heist off turn 2. Now here comes Skias back on the inside. Pete back through to second. On the bottom, working through lap traffic. There's a lap car and 1.2 seconds separating he and Mike Boyer back to turns 3 and 4. Gonna see 7 laps to go this time by, and we've got trouble back straight away. Chase Walker went around and I think collected the 4 of Tyler Putterball, and Nate Gibble is stopped over there in turn 2 as well. That puts us under caution with 7 laps to go. So we're going to re-rack it with 7 laps to go. Mike Boyer out in front. Got to the lead on that last green flag run, but he'll have Pete Skias right behind him. Brandon Heist is 3rd, and don't look now, but Ross Perchak up to 4th. Started this race in 12th. Richie Hartman rounds out the top 5. Billy Logeman is 6th. Then Scott Gingrich, Ben Stoles, Brian Heist, and Jacob Dunn complete your top 10. The lights are out, and here we go. Field working through turns 1 and 2. Mike Boyer out in front. Can the defending champ hang on for his first win of 2021? Green flag is in the air. Skias pulled a wheel stand off turn 2 into the backstretch, but he's trying to stay with Boyer off turn 4. Battles on for 3rd. Ross Perchak gonna pick to the inside of Brandon Heist, and he'll make that pass for 3rd and try to go to work on the front 2. Boyer hangs on. He's got about 2 car lengths back to Skias. That's another 4 back to Perchak, who's in front of Heist for 3rd. 5 laps to go this time by Mike Boyer. Flashes under 1st. Skias not able to get any closer. Perchak is trying to close the gap on Skias for 2nd. Closes in on Skias ever so slightly, but Skias is losing ground to Boyer. Gonna come back to see 3 laps to go this time by Mike Boyer by half a second over Pete Skias. Ross Perchak gonna start putting the pressure on him. And if those two get to battling, that could be all Mike Boyer needs. 2 laps to go. Perchak on the bottom, trying to poke a nose inside Skias. Can't find a way past for the time being. And to the white flag. 1 lap to go for Mike Boyer. Till his first win of 2021. Gonna work his way down the back straightaway. Started this race in 7th. Got to 3rd. From 3rd to 1st on a restart. Mike Boyer takes the twin checkers and wins the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270 feature. Pete Skias ran the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, but it was too little too late. He comes home second. Ross Perchak rounds out the podium. Brandon Heist and Billy Logaman complete your top 5 with Scott Gingrich, Ben Stolz, Brian Heist, Richie Hartman, and Matt Fernsler completing the top 10. But Mike Boyer is your winner for the first time in 2021.
Check 1, 2. Race fans winner, Mike Boyer in the 270s. Visiting Seidel Hyundai Victory Lane for the first time in 2021, the defending champion, Mike Boyer, winner in the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270s. You got that number scratched in the guardrail over there. It worked for Logan Rumsey. It's going to work for you too, number 41, taking home the win. Talk me through what happened down there in turn 3, though. You had an issue with your car. What exactly happened? And then talk me through that restart, because after that, you went from 3rd to the lead, and it looked like a car on rails.
Well, I mean, I knew we had a problem when the yellow came out because it wouldn't even barely clear out. I thought we were starting to foul another plug, but then when Mike stopped me, He was saying there was a fluid leaking out of the car, and I was trying to ask him what it was, and he's like, I don't know. He said it's just come out of the motor. I said, well, is it clear? And he said, yeah. I said, is it cold? And he said, yeah. So I said, well, it's probably the alcohol. It's probably dirt and the overflows or something. So I was just like, it took off. So, and then I didn't know with this good group of guys in front of me. I didn't start seventh. I knew we were decent, but it was just awesome to go to the front like that. It was a hell of a run.
Close on a couple different occasions this year, but finally a winner. Who do you got to thank for this victory, Mike? First of 2021.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we've been awful close. We've been nipping at the heel every race, and just like even the last race, I had an issue with another motor with a lap to go. Nick was fast anyway. He probably would have had me regardless because lap traffic and all that. But just so many people to thank. I mean, Mike, works on the car all week long. When I'm not there to do things, he gets things done. And Doug, and my brother, and my wife, everything she does from helping wash the car to everything. And then all our sponsors, we have a ton of them, and I appreciate everything that they do, top to bottom. I mean, this is awesome.
Well, you led the white flag lap 2 weeks ago. You lead the checkered flag. Boyer, you're winner in the 270s.
All right, next up, we're going to have the NSS Property Services Modifieds for 20 laps at Linda Speedway. They are about ready to get it on. All right, here we go. Time for the modifieds We've got 26 cars slated to start, and they'll go off like this. It'll be Eric Whitby in the 12E starting from pole position. He'll have Kenny Harris in the 17K on his outside. Then Joe Carter, Chad Miller in row 2. The heat race winner, Matt Warner, in row 3 alongside Sam Chicatano, Josh Bewley, and Chris Smith in row 4. Christian Donati, Tim Vidal in row 5. Justin Schraden and Ray Gradwell will start in row 6. Tiffany Hitzler, Seth Chinook will start in row number 7. Rob Baumgartner, Ed Hollenbach in row number 8. Daryl Bear, Mike McLaughlin in row 9. Matt Kiefert, Jack Wilver will start on row number 10. Sean Baird, Chad Kreiser on row 11. And then we'll have Ty Hoke, who I believe also just graduated tonight, joining on at the tail of the pack in 23rd. No Eric Hollenbach, no Jared Myers, no Lance Garrison. So 23 cars for 20 laps. Here we go in the modifieds. Eric Whitby, Kenny Harris, lead them down. Green flag is in the air. We're underway with the NSS Property Services Modifieds. And Whitby's going to get away to the point. Harris to second. And Chad Miller is going to get through to third spot with Chicatano and Carter left to battle for fourth. Chicatano is going to work his way past Carter on the outside. Now Matt Warner is going to try and do the same on the inside of the 84. Chicatano's going to power to the inside of Miller off turn 2. Move the defending champ to third. Josh Bewley, a heat race winner from earlier in the night as well, trying to work his way through. He's up to 6 past Carter under the front stretch, and Donati trying to follow him through as well. They'll be side by side back to turn 3. Ooh, Matt Warner got up high, out of the groove. That opened the door for Bewley to get through to 5th. 3 wide further back. Between Schraden and Gradwell and Smith, they all keep it straight. But Eric Whitby has gotten away. Continuing to run fast laps out in front. 1.5 seconds in front of Kenny Harris. And Sam Chicatano, who's putting the pressure on the 17K as they come through turns 3 and 4. Whitby's going to get to lap traffic, though. He'll first find his way around Chad Kreiser. Gonna have to go up top to get around Jack Wilver. He'll do just that. And he'll have a little bit of clear running room in front of him with 6 down and 14 to go. Whitby gonna work to the outside. That's Daryl Bear in the 116. He'll make the move there. Continue to grow the gap on Kenny Harris. 1.6 seconds down the front stretch and off the turn 2. Work to the outside now of Rob Baumgartner. Complete that pass. Will Eric Whitby. He's out in front. Battle continues to rage on for second between Kenny Harris and Sam Chicatano. Chicatano may try to split the lap car. They'll go 3 wide between Daryl Bear. It'll be Chicatano on the inside. Harris on the outside. Off the turns 3 and 4. And Harris will hang on to the spot for now. They may try to split the lap car again. Rob Baumgartner on the inside. Chicatano didn't have the drive off, though, and he'll hang on to the third spot. Eric Whitby, though, continues out in front. He's got 2.2 seconds over Kenny Harris. Coming to see 9 laps to go. It's come close on a couple occasions so far this season. Hasn't yet found victory lane. Nearly got taken out by the lap car that was trying to come off the racetrack. It was Jack Wilver. Whitby found his way around, but lost a decent amount of time in that little dust-up. More than a second to be exact, but he's still got a second lead as he works to the back of Matt Kiefert. And once he gets past Kiefert, he'll have a little bit of breathing room, but it's hot and heavy, the lap traffic in front of him. As Whitby goes off to 1 and 2, he's 0.8 of a second now in front of Kenny Harris. Harris has put a couple car links on Chicatano. Josh Bewley's worked his way up to 4th, but he's about a third of a straightaway or so behind Chicatano. And meanwhile, Harris is closing the gap ever so slowly on Eric Whitby as they come off turn 2. And there is a gaggle of lap cars that Whitby's going to get to before the end of this race. And it's going to start with a side-by-side battle. Mike McLaughlin and Seth Chinook. Whippy's going to get under McLaughlin as they sort it out back to turn 3. But there are about 10 lap cars directly in front of the race leaders with 4 laps to go. The gap is down to about 2 car lengths in traffic. Kenny Harris has closed in, but will he have the opportunity to make the pass? He may, as Whitby tries to make the move on the outside of Chinook. But now Harris might get caught behind the lap car. Oh, there was contact as Chinook got turned sideways. Harris and Chicatano had to stand on the binders, and we've got a caution as Rob Baumgartner's car has gone around in turn 4, and that's going to save Harris and Chicatano, who otherwise would have been out of it as they got stacked up off turn 2. They lost all their momentum. Josh Bewley had gotten through to second, but because the caution came out, that lap will not count, and they'll get an opportunity to rejoin back in second and third, and they'll have an opportunity at Eric Whitby with 3 laps to go.
69 senior.
That's the good news for Harrison Chicatano. The bad news is Whitby will no longer have to deal with lap traffic out in front with 3 to go. Going to work to get the remainder of the lineup in order, but we're going to have a 3-lap shootout to decide this thing. Eric Whitby out in front, Kenny Harris in second, Sam Chicatano third, Josh Bewley and Matt Warner will complete your top 5 with Chad Miller, Chris Smith, Joe Carter, Justin Schraden, and Ray Gradwell completing your top 10. Eric Whitby picks the inside lane for this restart. Kenny Harris will be on his outside. It'll be double file as Chicatano and Bewley will be on road 2. 1 to go signal's going to be given as the field enters turn 3. Eric Whitby, Kenny Harris, Sam Chicatano, Josh Bewley, your top 4. Green flag back in the air. Whitby and Harris side by side. Chicatano may try to throw it in 3 wide. They'll be side by side, 3 wide off the corner. Harris on the outside, Whitby on the middle, and Chicatano on the bottom. Harris and Whitby race side by side under the flag. There's contact in turn 2. Whitby on the inside, Harris on the outside, getting a little physical, but Whitby clears through to the race lead. Back to see the white flag, nose to tail, back to 1 and 2. Harris on the bottom, may have to throw it in, may have to get physical with Whitby to make it work. Coming off to turns 3 and 4, he'll send it in there. There'll be contact off turn 4, but Whitby's going to hang on and win it. Eric Whitby survives the challenge by Kenny Harris and wins the NSS Property Services Modified Feature. Sam Chicatano comes home 3rd, Josh Bewley 4th, Matt Warner completes your top 5. There was nothing left out there between Harris and Whitby in that battle for the win, but Eric Whitby comes out on top.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Visiting Seidel Hyundai Victory Lane for the first time this season, Eric Whitby, winner of the NSS Property Services Modified feature. Okay, before we get to that battle for the win with Kenny, talk me through the first part of the race, getting out to that big lead, but then working through lap traffic. That got treacherous at times.
There were a couple times I thought I didn't know where they were going because they were still racing for position, and I don't blame them. If I was in their shoes, I would have done the same thing. I just found the holes and went for it, and luckily it paid off. That last caution, I saw my crew member told me he was reeling me in. I'm like, well, I'm in lap traffic. I know that was going to happen.
So talk me through that battle then with Kenny, because, man, that got tight there. You two made contact. Was clean racing, though, but, man, that was a tough battle between you two. Talk me through how you did it.
I knew I was going to lean on him. I knew he was going to give everything he had too. So I hope he's not mad at me, but I leaned on him. You know, he came. He tried squeezing me, but he did what he had to do. You know, if I was in his shoes, I would have done the same thing.
Well, you've come close a couple times, but finally to victory lane for the first time this year, Linda's. Who do you want to thank for this victory, Eric?
Oh, I got to thank my car owners, the entire Horning family. This is the first night we brought this car out with the Yamaha motor. The car's brand new. I can make it better, I think. So I got to thank my sponsors, C. Lick Jr., Trucking and Salvage, NRN Radio, High Side Hustle. There's probably more in there. Quigley, Living Green Supply and Landscaping. So, but yeah, mainly the Horning family. They do everything for me, so I got to thank them.
Well, hard fought and well earned. Congratulations, Eric Whitby, your winner tonight in the Modifieds. So Eric Whitby picks up the victory in a wild Property Services Modifieds. We have one more event remaining on the evening, and it is the ever popular, the big cars. They're back. The Outlaw Enduro Series. They will be up next. Going to be a little bit of track prep going on before that, but then we will get down to it in the Outlaw Enduro Series. That's going to be a lot of fun to cap off the night.
Here come the Outlaw Enduro Series. 12 cars ready to take the racetrack. And here's the format. It's going to be 50 laps, and there will be no cautions except for safety reasons or an emergency of something of that sort. So a simple spin or something of that sort will not bring a caution out. Here's the lineup. On row 1, it'll be the 226 of Tom Moses and the 64 of Big Daddy. Then we'll have the 95 of Scott Lord, the 23A of Aaron Frazier on row 2, the 88 of Dylan Schatz, and the 14 of Bob Wink on row 3. Jim Smith in the 7X and the 77 of Brandon Geyer in row 4. Chuck Detweiler and the fastest car in warm-ups, the 25 of Travis Geyer, will start in row 5. And then it'll be Joe Kunkel and Jamie Nafsinger in row 6. This track is very wet, and it's going to make for some very interesting racing as the Outlaw Enduros get ready to go. 50 laps, no cautions unless we really need one. Green flag is in the air. We're underway. And Big Daddy's going to drive it off into 1 and 2, but can't get it to stick. Tom Moses is going to take over the race lead from the pole position. Aaron Frazier gets through to 2nd. Big Daddy's going to fall back in line 3rd. And a little bit of slide job action coming off turn 4 to lead lap 1. Aaron Frazier takes it over. These cars are sliding through 1 and 2 right now, but everybody trying to find traction, trying to find their way through the field. Look at Travis Geyer further back. That car got a lot of power down up top. He's going to make his way through to the 5th spot. Try to go to work on Big Daddy and Dylan Schatz in 3rd and 4th. He's going to power his way through. Geyer through to 3rd. He's found traction up top. And trying to follow him through is Brandon Geyer in the 77. Meanwhile, side by side, the battle for the lead continues between Aaron Frazier and Tom Moses. Well, not anymore, because here comes Geyer to the outside of Moses. He's through to 2nd. He was 2 seconds faster than the leaders that last lap around, and he's into 2nd spot now, trying to close in on Aaron Frazier. Front 7 or so have all broken away back to a 2nd pack of cars. 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th, and 11th. Not in that order. Issue for Travis Geyer. That car a little bit off the pace down the back straightaway, and looks like making his way through to 2nd is going to be Chuck Detweiler. On the bottom, he's found the inside line. It's dry down there right next to those infield tires. He's found traction down there. He may have the race lead by the time we come around to turn 4. Field works their way off turn 2. Aaron Frazier still leads. Detweiler to the inside. He's going to make the pass for the race lead. Bottom feeding is going to pay off for the time being. Meanwhile, on the opposite extreme, you've got Travis Geyer all the way next to the outside wall in the 25 machine, trying to close in. Oh, got a spinner in turn 2. That's the 7X of Jim Smith. He is going to get it righted, but that's going to give the opportunity for Travis Geyer to get past Aaron Frazier to 2nd spot as they work through lap traffic. Whoa, Travis Geyer's around in turn 3. He's going to do a 360. We'll see if he can pull a Danny Sullivan, spin it and win it. He's going to stay in the 3rd spot and try to chase down Aaron Frazier in 2nd once again. Meanwhile, Chuck Detweiler has pulled out. He's got about nearly half a lap on the field. Whoa, there goes the 77 of Brandon Geyer around right in front of the race leader. Gets it righted. Working his way through lap traffic is Chuck Detweiler. He has put a ginormous gap on everybody. He's lapped all but the top two. He has found the dry stuff, and he's just driving in it. He's gotten past Travis Geyer. He is about half a straightaway from lapping Aaron Frazier. Whoa, Big Daddy's around in turns 3 and 4, and it looks like that Frazier's going to go around as well, and so too will the leader. Detweiler's around in turn 3. The front two have both spun. And where's the third place car?
What's he doing?
Chuck Detweiler gets it spun around. He was going backwards for a few seconds there. Now he's got it back righted. I thought we were going to have to talk about the 1979 Daytona 500 when Richard Petty came from half a lap back to take the lead, but it looks like he's got it righted.
70 still.
Chuck Geyer is in second and back on the lead lap. Chuck Detweiler, though, is making a lot of time on the dry spot on the bottom, and, well, nobody else has picked up on it. And he's got he's got trouble. There's a car around right in front of him. He's going to miss him. It was Jim Smith who spun. Now Big Daddy's going to try and put the pressure on Detweiler. He's, I think, 3 laps down. But they're going to work their way through 1 and 2. We've got 13 laps in the books. Another car's around. That's the 23 of Aaron Frazier. He had a good start to this race. That's in turn 3, and Travis Geyer also went for a spin. Entering the third turn. Chuck Detweiler has put, I think, nearly a lap on the field here. And he will get past Travis Geyer now, who I think is in second, although looks like he's lost some scoring transponder data on that car. One car way up the track in turn 2. Aaron Frazier going to try and get a good drive off. We know one thing for certain. Chuck Detweiler is the race leader. We're not entirely sure by how much, but he's out in front for the time being with 17 laps in the books. Coming around. Oh, there's contact right in front of him. There was contact between Brandon Geyer and the 3 of Jamie Nafsinger, who's going to go for a spin.
He blew a tire.
I think he did blow a tire in turn 1. I think the left rear got punctured with that contact, and now Geyer is also around in turn 4. Or turn 2, beg your pardon. Chuck Detweiler just continuing to run on that bottom side, and in the meantime, well, everyone else is just kind of trying to find grip up top. Tom Moses is running in second. He is 2 laps back of Detweiler. It's entertaining to watch these guys fight for grip out here, especially on the high side, but Chuck Detweiler has found all the dry spots and has made good time down there. Detweiler trying to hang on to it now. He's got to try and work through lap traffic. 21 laps complete, 29 to go. Ooh, and around again for maybe the 6th or 7th time in this race is Aaron Frazier. He's going to loop it, but he's going to get back going. Travis Schuyler might have made contact with one of the infield tires. Now he's sliding his way through turns 3 and 4. Now he's going to try to find grip up top. Chuck Detweiler is just putting it on everybody right now. He is on the bottom in the dry line. Tom Moses is scored in 2nd, but he is 3 laps down to Detweiler. He'll come to see the cross flags this time by for Mike Fry. 25 down, 25 to go. Tell you what, if he can just keep that thing running, he might be in good shape here. Watching everybody slip and slide like a slip slide through the corners. I think everybody but one car is still out there. Oh! Chuck Detweiler nearly lost it in turn 4 after Aaron Frazier went for another loop and was joined by Jim Smith, who scored 4th. Chuck Detweiler, though, in that 70 machine, working his way down the backstretch off to turn 3. We know he's the leader, and he has got a sizable advantage over 2nd place. 22 laps to go. I think a couple people have now kind of caught on to that bottom line. The dry line seems to be working. Oh, we got another car around. I think that was off the front bumper of the leader. Brandon Geyer went for a spin, and I think Chuck Detweiler might have turned him, or maybe Geyer just lost it in front. Either way, they get it back straightened out. And Aaron Frazier's going to slide it through 1 and 2. Can he save it this time? Nope. But keeps it running, keeps the tires spinning, and he'll do another 360. He's just having a good old time out here. Chuck Detweiler continues to be your leader. Coming to see 19 laps to go this time by. Big Daddy goes for a slide in turn 4 right in front of him, but hangs on to it. Detweiler continues to run on the inside. Oh, we got a car right around in front of him. It's the 7 of Jim Smith, who is running 4th, but he's gone for another loop. Chuck Detweiler continues coming off turn number 4. He's got at least a few lap lead as he comes back to turn number 1. Right behind the 14 of Bob Wink. He's got a lot of lap traffic to try and negotiate through here. 3 cars. On the outside is the 7X of Jim Smith. Gets past him and the 95 of Scott Lord. Continuing to run that bottom lane, though. Detweiler continuing on the bottom. He's still got about 3 more lap cars in front of him as he comes off turn number 2. Detweiler going to come on the inside. He's just kind of following Bob Wink there on the bottom. Everybody's kind of found that inside lane now, at least up top. Or on the bottom, I should say. And continuing to ride out in front. 13 laps to go, and if he can just keep it going, he's going to be in good shape. Oh, he's going to go around, though, in turn 2. He's going to get it back righted, though, for losing too much ground. I mean, he's got 3 laps to spare. Dylan Schatz is the second-place car. A little bit of smoke coming from Detweiler's car, but it's still running. Dylan Schatz trying to get a lap back there. Tom Moses trying to as well. I think that's the battle for the second spot. There's a lap car in between those two. Dylan Schatz has found some time down there, though, and he has unlapped himself back to 2 laps down. Tom Moses is trying to get around to get back to 2 laps down as well. In 3rd. But Chuck Detweiler is going to come out of turn number 4, and he will see 10 laps to go as Aaron Frazier again goes around in turn 2, and he nearly collected Schatz, the second-place car. Keeps it straight, though. Coming back to turns 3 and 4. Low line is the way to be for Chuck Detweiler. 9 to go for him. Dylan Schatz is almost 3 laps in arrears, but hoping that in case there's an issue for Detweiler, he can pounce. Detweiler lapping at about 21 seconds a lap right now. Oh, here's a side-by-side battle into turn 1. Big Daddy on the outside. Gets bypassed by Travis Geyer, who is really trying to make time on the bottom now. There is smoke coming from Chuck Detweiler's car, but doesn't appear to be hindering the performance. Although, to be honest, if it was, I'm not sure we would be able to tell, but he's hanging on for now. Dylan Schatz is running fast laps. He's broken the 20-second bracket, but he has got a lot of work to do and probably not enough time to do it. Being 2 3/4 laps down. Chuck Detweiler found the bottom early and has stayed there the entire race. The dry line down next to the tires has paid off as he sees 5 laps to go. He is going to make some more time down on the inside, get past a couple of lap cars. Detweiler is the leader. Schatz is second. I believe he and Tom Moses are on the same lap. They're second and third. Then Travis Geyer and Brandon Geyer complete your top 5. But Chuck Detweiler on the inside. That tri-lane is getting dusty. It's moist up top and it's dusty on the bottom. But that's where the speed is right now for the race leader. He's going to come to a gaggle of lap cars that are all running right next to the tires. One of them just drop-kicked it. That was the 226 of Moses, who drove straight into the tire but kept going. And with 2 laps to go, Chuck Detweiler just got to get it around. He's going to have Travis Geyer coming behind him. Geyer just ran the fastest lap of the race, but he is 4th, and he is 5 laps down. White flag is in the air. Final lap for Detweiler, who tries to shut the door on Geyer in turn 1. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Coming out of turns number 3 and 4, Geyer runs over a cone, but we're going to keep it straight and all the way to the checker. The winner of the Outlaw Enduro Series is Chuck Detweiler. He takes it home by, I think, about 3 laps. Dylan Schatz is going to be scored in second. Tom Moses third. Travis Geyer, Brandon Geyer are going to complete the top 5. But the big car, the return for the big cars, is won by Chuck Detweiler. He takes the victory in the Outlaw Enduro Series.
Check 1, 2, yep.
So that's going to do it for the evening here at Linda Speedway. We thank everybody for coming out to the racetrack, as always, to watch. And we also, of course, thank everybody for listening in on the National Racing Network Radio. Once again, the recap of the evening. Your winners: Ryan Rochelle, winner in the junior slingshots. Logan Rumsey took home the Big Dog Showdown for the 600s. Dave Kerrigan from 7th to 1st to win the All-Star Slingshot feature. Dan Boyer, beg your pardon, Mike Boyer did the same thing, starting 7th and winning the Mount Gretna Roller Rink 270 feature. Eric Whitby held off Kenny Harris in a dramatic finish in the NSS Property Services Modifieds. And Chuck Detweiler takes home the victory in the 50-lap Outlaw Enduro Series. That'll do it for the evening. We will be back next Friday night, as always, for another exciting and great slate of racing. But until then, I'm Casey Kreider saying so long. You've been watching and listening to Linda Speedway Live. We'll see you next Friday night.